Good morning, everyone. Welcome again to day 2 of the AMSA conference. I'm sure we all had a fantastic time yesterday, and today we continue. So the first session that we have this morning is Plenary 5, which is Global Networks in Medical Education and Increasing Capacity and Retention of the Health Workforce. So please, can you welcome with me our speaker, Jim Campbell from the UK.
Good morning. Good morning. Right, do we have the clicker? AV Tech, somebody? So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you. Jim Campbell. It's wonderful to be in Nigeria. This is Lagos, of course, to celebrate this event with you. And many of you will know me as the former Director for Health Workforce at the World Health Organization, which I've had the privilege of occupying that post for the last 12 years. And it was wonderful yesterday to hear some of the statistics in the speeches, the numbers that people were citing, the population of Africa, the percentage of the workforce globally, the burden of disease, the shortage in Africa, all of that data and intelligence that WHO and the member states have spent many, many years putting together so that we can have an evidence-based decision around some of these issues. And I'm going to be drawing upon a lot of that work. But it's also great to be here. I left WHO on Monday. So I'm now coming in my new capacity, which is King's College London. And of course, the last week, our king in the United Kingdom hosted the Nigerian president for a state visit. The first time a Nigerian head of state has been to the UK for almost 40 years on a state visit, and the first time in 60 years in terms of some of the discussions. And one of the topics on debate was investing in Lagos in terms of the new partnerships between the UK and Nigeria. So it's coming again with that King's connection is very opportunistic. So I was asked to sort of pick up on some of the discussions yesterday and put into perspective some of the work in thinking that we need to be doing around professional networks, personal networks, private sector networks, etc. And just give you some thoughts, having spent so long in Geneva, to look at what are the opportunities for this constituency to come together. So no conflict of interest and huge appreciation to government officials and WHO former colleagues for a lot of the work and data I'm drawing upon comes from that engagement. We've hinted at some of the challenges yesterday, the contemporary demands on health systems worldwide. The conflicts, the new conflicts, the long-standing conflicts, Ukraine, Gaza, and now Iran, that perpetuate Sudan here on the continent, that continue to put additional burden on population health. Climate control. Every single year we seem to be having record levels of climate-related health emergencies, whether that's fires in Canada, floods in Europe, or earthquakes and other opportunities. Antimicrobial resistance, a real concern for hospital networks all over the world. Displaced populations, refugees. So there's ever increasing demands on our health systems. And now we've got a huge set of additional demands on the whole discussion about what is global health. We've seen the decisions of the current American administration to overnight remove its funding to health, education, social protection, governance, diversity, equity, inclusion, disruption which is not the act of a friend at all. We've seen other European high-income countries take that as an opportunity to follow and decrease their official development assistance. We've got a whole process around a discussion about what is the future role of the World Health Organization if America and Argentina have left it here on the continent. What's the future of the African Union and its health and population team? What's the future of the African CDC? And we've got a contested space in global health. Partnerships that we've had for 20, 30 years have literally been reset, re-engineered, reorganized as we go further forward. And some of the discussions around the pandemic treaty and the pathogen access information and the America First Global Health Strategy, again, reconvening some of the perspectives that we've had for a long, long time. And what does that mean for professional networks and professional engagement? Let's then come to the contemporary evidence on the workforce. And this slide is just an overview of about 12 years, 13 years of thinking around if we're going to have a discussion around the health workforce, the health professions, the big five, pharmacy, dentistry, physicians, midwives and nursing. If we're going to have a discussion around those big five occupations, what do we know about them to be able to have that discussion? And so a real process that you've seen just on the bottom left, WHO's data, excellent at talking about maternal mortality, childhood mortality, the MDG era. We couldn't even count the number of health workers worldwide until a process to actually establish administrative reporting through to the World Health Organization. And you've seen a 20-fold increase in data. Africa in the middle there with the dark green, the testimony to James Champion, their team. In the last 5 years, African data on the health workforce is the best it's ever been. Still not perfect, but really leading, you'll see there, in terms of the continent, and not just Africa region, WHO, but the continental region. Real improvements coming through. A few gaps, but pretty much live data for the last 2 years. And with that, you're able now to describe the global health workforce picture in a much more evidence-based approach than previously. And what we're seeing, we're at the highest ever level that since data and records have been, our global workforce is larger than it's ever been. Both in terms of the professional occupations, but also in terms of all the allied roles and the other occupations that constitute the health and care workforce. And medical doctors growing and growing and growing, now over 14 million, registered by governments. And that may still be an underestimating something. Not every medical doctor is active working in government records. They may be doing other jobs with their medical qualifications. So they may be in politicians. They may be doing other elements of work. So there's more than that we know in the stock. And share ranges from 1 in 6, 1 in 3, depending on the system that you've got in terms of the elements of it. And if we start to look at that trend then, so that's the count, that's the today, 2024 data. If we start to look at the trend, what you'll see here, these columns representing countries which have more than doubled their workforce in the last decade. More than doubled. And I bring this up because yesterday we heard about the Lagos state plan with this aspiration for a 10-fold increase in its capacity to educate health professions, to scale up. And some people might go, oh, that sounds ambitious. 10-fold increase in 4 to 5 years? Well, actually, many, many countries are already hitting this growth rate of at least 10% per annum, which means that they're able to double and triple their workforce. So it's about policy. It's not about the problem statement. It's not about describing all the issues. It's actually about policy and the will to act. 2/3 of those countries are from Africa in the last decade. I mean, it's an incredible story of growth on the continent, and we should be celebrating that growth because it's testimony to the work that deans, medical schools, universities are doing to produce this type of scale. So let's look at the work that deans are doing. As well with this data, we ask the questions around what is the size of the graduate output in comparison to the present stock of the workforce, and to look at the range, that replenishment rate, that refreshment rate, more human capability coming into the labor market. And what you see then is a series of percentages here from the data reported. Low-income countries, the first column. Look at the figures there in highlighting green. You've got a 15% replenishment rate, production rate, coming into the workforce. Look at the high-income countries on the right, in the red, 3%. It's huge. Again, celebrate. You're starting from a lower base. A lot of high-income countries have got a developed workforce, and they're just ticking over. They're not replacing what they actually need. More people leaving than what they're producing. But this growth here, and then on the far right, Africa, nearly 9% in nursing, 5.5% in MDs. So really, really producing at a scale which is consistent with the challenge in many, many settings. And just remember those two numbers in green and red there, because the high-income country refusal to invest, the political decision not to invest, has consequences, which you all know of. What else do we know? Physicians. This is a medical conference after all. World Federation of Medical Conference, AMSA. What do we know about the actual data on the physician workforce? And you need to go into 3-digit, 4-digit, 5 digits. So medical doctors, 3 digits. General practitioners and specialists, 4 digits. Specialists, cardiology, oncology, rheumatology, neonatology, all of those is a 5-digit classification. And at the moment, we've got 3-digit medical doctors, 100% around the world. People can count doctors. When we get into the 4-digit, 20% reduction. We can't actually describe whether they're GPs, family medicine, or specialist in many, many countries. And then when you actually come into the specialist, there's no international reporting system. So your chief statistical offices in governments have no obligation to report the number of specialties to any intergovernmental process. Some countries do it in their labor statistics, but there's no international requirement to be reporting them. And as such, it's a huge blind spot. When we talk about the medical workforce in Africa, there isn't a single source repository of data on the number of specialties. And so how do you as deans and medical schools understand your postgraduate training needs to fulfill your market if we're unable to even get access to that data? And then if you look at the red, education and training, and the bottom module 2 there, look at the drop-off here. Less than 30% of countries are able to describe their actual cohorts size of medical students and graduates and enrollments and applications, because the universities and the deans are not necessarily coming together with the associations to actually say that's an obligatory thing. How can we be scientists? How can we be health scientists if we don't know what we're actually doing, country by country, school by school? This is, don't look at the numbers, because you need a magnifying glass. This is just the visual image of green, orange, red, the traffic light dashboard type approach. Just a very quick indication. So lots of green when it comes to what I was just saying. How many medical doctors? Yeah, lots of green there. How many specialists? You know, we start to go into different colors. But when we get into the education module 2 and module 3, this right-hand column is about cost. How much does it cost you to graduate a medical doctor? Do you know? Roughly? Is Nigeria a competitive environment to be producing graduates for Africa? Or are you too expensive compared to some of your neighbors? Is there any metrics and measurement around the cost of production? Because if not, again, we can't even do basic cost-benefit analysis without knowing the unit cost. And just look, almost 90% red when it comes to understanding the cost of medical education. So again, a big gap in our understanding. Oh, sorry. That wasn't meant to be there. That's just a quick summary of so once we've got all this data, now we can start to do some comparative analysis about how well certain regions, certain countries performing. What's the benchmarking? Because it's always good to know where you are against your peers. You pick your peer, you make your decision, who you want to compare yourself, you look. Let's just take China and India in terms of population size. You know, we had the comparison in yesterday's presentation about how many universities per population, I think somebody put up on the slides. Let's just look at those in terms of their capacity. China, 350% growth rate in health professional education since the turn of the millennium. Huge increase. Government, policy, political decision with investment. India, 300% just on medical doctors. Huge. The fastest growing medical education infrastructure in the world today, India. Why? Because growing population, the burden on health systems, all the same issues we're talking about. And then let's ask the question then, where is Africa in comparison to this? And again, we've got a bit of a blind spot. Because when it comes to do that sort of comparative analysis, when you suddenly got the whole continent, 53 countries, African Union, correct? 53 countries. That means coordination to try and understand this comparative analysis. India and China, centralized command control economies. AU, you've got a lot more diplomacy and politic to reach a single number. But we're trying to make improvement there, and WHO is working with Stellenbosch University to try and capture through the information. There's over 1,000 health education institutions on the continent today. But not all of those are reporting their data in real time. So again, a blind spot coming out. But what do we know from the different publications that have been around? And we heard the Memorial Fitzhugh lecture, the introduction, talking about the Sub-Saharan African medical study, which was one of the first of its kind back in 2010, 11, 12. Candice Chen and others publishing with Fitz on the results of that survey. So we've got a baseline. But that baseline was only institutions, medical schools. We didn't have a baseline on graduates. We didn't have a baseline on the number of... there were ranges of the sizes, but there was no actual baseline in that data. Basically, because we had about, if I remember, 40, 45 medical schools didn't report out of those on the continent at all. Even though it was the first ever medical school survey of its time, there was still a large non-response rate. 2018, that was updated and published in Human Resources for Health. And we actually had a number there for 43 countries on the continent of just over 20,000. So that gives us a size of the scale. And then the latest information, the Medical Schools BMJ Global Health publication, growth in schools again, but no number on medical students, graduates. So again, we've got some blind spots, the big question mark at the bottom right. But look at that growth rate in terms of schools, in the green on the far right-hand side. And we took China and India with these 350, 300% increases. And what you're seeing, private medical schools, 375, totally comparable with India and China. So Africa is accelerating. Your work as deans and educators is creating an opportunity, this foundation for the continent, which potentially is underutilized, would be my challenge to you. And this is the value of the African Medical Schools Association partnership with the World Federation, is that you potentially, you've got the opportunity to change the dynamic. But then you've got to come to Nigeria. We've got to talk about Japa syndrome, have we not? It's my first Yoruba word. Even in Geneva, we speak Yoruba. This concept that's coming out of Nigeria is dominating now a global discussion. The recognition, and even with King Charles last week meeting with your president, this was one of the topics of discussion. The Nigerian movement into the United Kingdom in highly skilled professions was a part of their discussion. The history of colonialism, the history of reparations, the discussion and debate about what is our political economy and partnership and engagement for the future. And the reality is here, Nigeria is, you have the country with the most doctors and the most nurses that have migrated out of Africa into high-income countries, working today. Other countries, Ghana, Kenya, Zimbabwe, Cameroon, Egypt, Algeria. Have we got representatives from North Africa with us? No. These are, again, movements, Francophone language movements into France, the Sahel countries up into Germany. Again, different relationships having that impact. Egypt into the Middle East, Egypt into Ireland, depending on the occupations. And so it's a reality here. We've got 109, almost 200,000 physicians and nurses from Africa working in high-income countries. And what is the discussion there? This is a paper from Canada, and we have our Genevieve, the representative here, not representative of Canada, but from Canada, knows the system extremely well. This was a piece of work that Canada did for preparations for the G7 about what is the Canada health policy in the future around health and health workforce. And what they estimated is that Canada benefits from an annual training subsidy of a Canadian $1 billion from the movement from physicians, nurses, health workers into Canada on an annual basis to take up work. And that's a subsidy of education cost averted. So the money that's being spent in Africa, Asia, to graduate from schools, universities, which is government subsidy, out of pocket. I was talking to the medical students last night. So many of them, their families are paying for a large share of their tuition fees, their education cost. Out of pocket expenditures, not always a government subsidy. And yet that money is benefiting Canada to the tune of $1 billion per annum. That stimulated, the methodology that the Canadians used stimulated a discussion in WHO, which we presented at various conferences last year. $170 billion of subsidy coming from low-income countries only to 10 high-income countries. $170 billion. Ranges, but this is ballpark global picture. I mean, it's just mind-boggling in terms of the education cost averted. And those numbers which I showed you earlier, that 3% replenishment rate means they don't have enough physicians and nurses that they're graduating themselves, so they turn to international migration as a deliberate policy decision. And where do they recruit from? Nigeria, yes. Africa, Asia, the same. And just last week, I had the pleasure of being in London at Parliament, where the all-party parliamentary group on global health and security published a new report, a piece of work that they've been on working on for over a year. Similar. Last year alone, £1 billion education costs averted. Migrant health workers coming into the UK NHS and elsewhere. 14 billion, more than at least 14 billion in subsidy in terms of those who are currently working. So if you're investing, like many, into your health professional education, and that human capital investment, and human capability investment I prefer, human economy even better, human capital is a production unit. We are not here to talk about health workers as a unit of production. We're here to talk about their capability to improve population health. But nonetheless, that's an awful lot of human capital investment that's not coming back to the populations that they're served. And whilst I was in London last week, I had the pleasure of talking to Dr. Salako, the Minister of Health from Nigeria, about, with all this new information from the parliamentary report, from the Canadian information, the WHO information, what was his policy perspective on some of these issues? And these are his words that he spoke. He did an interview with me around some of the, his policy perspectives on this. And he was saying, we need a new compact. And again, this times very well with the fact that the King Charles was meeting with the President of Nigeria around a new agreement, a new social agreement, a new partnership agreement. Minister is saying that you can't just extract the workforce from our countries. If you create part of the problem, you've got to help solve part of the problem, and that we need a new compact to come forwards together. And this, potentially, we then had a round-table discussion with several ministers under Chatham House rules, so I can't describe who said what. But you're starting to see this discussion around the future of the global health architecture and the big changes that are happening. You're starting to see several ministers from the African continent, from source countries, low and middle income countries worldwide, saying, now is a moment to reset our thinking. If America can reset its strategy, if the high income countries can overnight reset their strategies, we, as the source countries, as the world's health workforce, producing them at a greater scale than many of the other countries, we can reset the narrative. We can have a new compact going further forwards. And I will be watching with interest. I shall be helping Minister Salako and a few of his friends to actually really establish this dialogue to come further forwards. So, yesterday, Professor Akinabayomi, what an impressive man the commissioner is, said that, as part of our discussions here, make sure it doesn't stay in the room, make sure we don't just have wonderful debate and write papers and PhDs. What are the policy implications of this? So I'd leave you with just some of my thoughts on this. We've got most of you here, I presume, clinicians, most, if not statisticians and others. We're very good at describing the diagnosis. We're very good at understanding what is the case in front of us, what is the disease that's presenting to us, and then deciding what our treatment and intervention may be. And what we're seeing is that contemporary demands on health systems are unparalleled. We know. So let's accept that as a given. Let's not overemphasize. What we're moving into is what I'm calling a polycentric health architecture. Global health architecture is fragmented. It's disappeared. We have a polycentric health architecture with different institutions, with different mandates, authority, power and control and budgets that are engaged in population health discussions. The African Union, African CDC, WHO Africa. It's not all a single global health architecture. Polycentric. What happens in Africa will be more and more determined in Africa, in the next 3 to 4 years. A Ghana reset from Ghana. Who's from Ghana? Ghana reset. Yep. Presidential leadership really coming to the fore around some of these debates and discussions. We've got a dynamic education and labor market that we've never seen before. This growth matching China, matching India, potentially, but under-resourced, underutilized, not yet optimized. And so what do we need? We need to rethink conceptually. Government is no longer the employer of the day. It's no longer the provider of the day. Increasingly, this is private sector. Medical schools, nursing schools, hospitals is private equity, private engagement, commercially driven, international equity investments. Government is going to be the steward of the system in future, not the number one employer, not the number one provider. And so how do you optimize that stewardship function? So as we saw from the Lagos model, a very intentional political decision, greater investment into the institutions, greater autonomy into the hospitals to actually become clinical training site, and real partnership with the sector, optimizing the workforce, being the steward that is necessary. The role of anchor institutions, deans, medical schools, hospitals, associations is going to change because government-to-government consensus is no longer there. It's been completely fractured. You can't get a consensus in Geneva, Washington today about the use, what is gender? Which, from a medical perspective, I think we've kind of cut some ideas. But you can't even get consensus on that. So it's a fractured role. So you have greater responsibility as anchor institutions to step into this space. Because consensus through networks is a lot easier to achieve than through politics. Those networks have to have at the core that they're in partnership. It's not a public-private partnership. But the experience that came out of India, and the terminology from India, Professor Srinath Reddy, as their population growth soared, as their burden of disease became more complicated, is that the partnership is to support government in the public purpose. Population health, equity, that's the partnership. They're the North Star. It's not extraction of rent. That is a byproduct to being efficient, but the purpose is population health. And that's the government contract. That's the social contract between the government, the constitution, and the people. Medical students in early career. Not so many in the room today. Medical students? Oh, there's a few at the back. Hello! You are the future. This is your future. The rest of us are here to guide and encourage and support and mentor. But this is your future. You have the vested interest in making this change, building on the foundations, building on this dynamic education market, labor market. Grab the opportunity. But it also needs ethics around some of these discussions, and it needs that social contract, it needs that social accountability with the populations that you are being educated to serve. And finally, for the professional networks, AMSA, World Federation, Medical Education. I would implore you to step into this space. The partnership, I've known you, the organizations for many, many years through the role that I've had. I'm firmly, in this current moment, March 2026, your role as anchor institutions, your role as professional networks is more important than it's ever been before. And how can you step into that space? And one of those things has got to be to bring intelligence to the discussion. Intelligence being the data, the empirical, those dashboards that we saw. It's not good enough in 2026 that we don't know how many students are being educated in Africa in medicine. It's not good enough that we can't count the number of specialties that are working in Africa. We've got to fill those, we've got to turn those red gaps into green to have an informed discussion. We've got to have cost. What are you asking for the investment case? What are you needing equity to come in and drive? What production rate do you want to reach to meet self-sufficiency? What's your compact with the high-income countries to co-invest in that growth? And if you can't articulate that in a policy discussion because you haven't got your numbers, if we haven't got the medical schools directory really working in partnership with AMSA, then you get to the policy table, but you're empty of the investment case that is necessary to bring that investment to Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Campbell. I think we should give another round of applause for Professor Campbell. He has shown us some very, very important details and some staggering numbers. You'll agree with me. And he mentioned the first Yoruba word he knows, which is Jagba syndrome. So I want to teach you the next word you should know as what is the hope of this conference is Japada. That is, we are hoping that with all we are doing here, we can have some reflection and adjust the problems. So we'll take questions. Okay.
Thank you, and Jim, terrific talk. I really, really enjoyed it. And as you know, I don't give compliments very freely. I'm David Gordon. I used to be the president of the World Federation and was very pleased to hand it on to Ricardo a few years ago. And I applaud your care in getting the figures as good as they can be, because without good data, we are stuck. And bad figures and conclusions coming from them get stuck into the system. People think that's what the case always is. I'm particularly exercised by this because in 2010, The Lancet published a paper led by Lincoln Chen and Julia Frank called Health Professions for a New Century. I was very pleased to be in the WHO office in Geneva when Richard Horton, the editor of The Lancet, spoke about that paper. And he showed data on the screen which I knew was wrong. From our work in the World Directory of Medical Schools, I know the number of medical schools in some of the countries he was showing. So I said to Richard afterwards, I said, look, there are figures to correct there. You must publish a correction. He said, write to the authors. They should handle it. So I wrote to the authors, and they more or less said, don't bother your head about that. We really know what we're talking about. Sorry, if the data's wrong, you don't know what you're talking about. And so we looked into this further, and the paper in The Lancet said that you could go to the data supplement, which was behind the entire paper. You could request that and then look at the data and see what it said. And there are a lot of things interesting and rather wrong about the data supplement, but my favorite line was the one that said, after all these, examining all these figures, we've concluded that the annual cost of educating a doctor worldwide is $XXXX. And even better information, the annual cost of educating a nurse was $YYYY. And we said to ourselves, hold on, if you actually haven't got figures there that you can rely on, and you're just putting in a little bit of algebra, then that really doesn't work. And so I think we have to conclude that bad figures are really disastrous. Good figures are interesting and important and need to be preserved. Hans Kahler and I wrote a paper following up and producing all the concerns that we had, which was published. But that paper is not cited very often. Frank and Chen is still cited quite a lot. But if you're thinking of citing Frank and Chen, I advise you not to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your response for him?
I agree. I mean, just an example of, this is not a new debate. This is 15, 20 years old in terms of, we keep coming back to that. And Fitz and the team with the Sub-Saharan African medical study really tried to correct it, but still, we haven't fixed the problem. And the responsibility, again, I'm going to come back to you as the deans and the educators, the responsibility sits in your institutions to make this data public. Without which, you can't just expect an annual survey to turn up once every 4 or 5 years. This has got to be reported administratively every single year and celebrated, because you've got a good story to tell if you get the data.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you so much. This was a brilliant talk. I agree with the fact that there are sources of data that we are not making use of. For example, associations. So if you look at the cancer workforce in Africa, cancer is now a rising threat. And most of the data you will find about the workforce is in the hand of association, like African Organization for Research and Training in Cancer, awarded. And now there is an increasing role and presence of national societies like Kenyan Society of Hematology and Oncology, KESHO, Ethiopian Society of Hematology and Oncology. If you want to know the number of oncologists in Kenya, you don't go to the government, you go to KESHO. If you don't want to know the number of programs that are starting in medical oncology, recently one in Rwanda, where before that in Kenya, you'll have to go to Awoti, because that's the network that created that. So one of the problems that these networks, which I work a lot with, is how to talk to policymakers, because the policymakers will not listen to you, will rather listen to the WHO, for example. And so I think the role of AMSA and the role of all of these organizations is to try and tap into these resources that are actually, I can tell you, like KESHO does a webinar every week or every 2 weeks with 600 people who actually attend that webinar. So there is a huge movement of professional societies and bodies that we actually need to tap on as sources for data, sources for policy that will impact how we plan for the workforce in the future.
Absolutely. This is a typical discussion around where do we get data from different institutions, networks. And that's part of it. But if you look at the education sector, they don't have specialists about maths. They don't have specialists about history. They have educators. And so again, there's the responsibility to, yes, if we don't want to necessarily have every group of medical specialties advocating for investment in their postgraduate work and everything else. It's what happens. But again, we're trying to look at this at the bigger continental picture. And the emphasis is that there are many specialties, many professions, many occupations that we need to invest in, and that each country has to determine it. But you're right. But I would, again, I'd implore you, let's bring the networks together to get that data rather than allow networks to proliferate and publish separately. And an investment case for oncology, an investment case for nephrology, an investment case for dermatology, it will never stop. If you're the minister, you're lost. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Professor Campbell, please. So we go to the next plenary session. That's plenary session 6. And the title is Strategizing Institutional Readiness for Sustainable AI Integration. Please welcome with me Professor Madelina Patricio. Please welcome.
Can I have my slides? Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. And let me start by congratulations to the organizers for this so exciting conference. Oh my God. For this so exciting conference in this title that obliged us to do something for change. Let me also say a great thanks for inviting me, and also to say that I'm in love with Nigeria for what I hear since 2 days, and also because yesterday I heard from Professor Akin, Abayomi, something very nice. Do you know who named the city of Lagos? It was the Portuguese ones, and in Portugal we have a city named Lagos, so one more attachment to this city. Okay, but let's move to serious things. And the other thing I would like to say is to congratulate the teachers and the few students that are here, because you have so busy agendas that it's fantastic you attend a medical education meeting. I have no conflicts of interest, and ChatGPT helped to prepare this presentation. The structure today is as follows. AI as an unavoidable reality. Integration, readiness, and sustainability are needed for AI. Institutional responsibility in terms of AI, my experience, and final message. AI is an unavoidable reality. Let's move on. This is just to bring us and to help us to think what happens around us every day. And AI is there. But AI is there with challenges, because it's influence how students learn, it's influence how clinicians practice. It's true. But AI use is widespread and fragmented, and alignment is missing. The risk is not AI itself, is not artificial intelligence alone. No, the risk is the absence of institutional guidance. And it's about this that I will be talking. The current changes, I'm sure you agree that around us we see growing anxiety. We see projects that don't scale up. We see also fragmented and uncoordinated use of artificial intelligence. So, what do we need? First thing is to make an important decision. Adoption is for sure really important, and the institutions adopting AI are, of course, to be congratulated. But it's not enough, because adoption is technical, is reactive, and integration of AI, really integration, is educational, is institutional, and is cultural. So, let's move to point 2. I share this slide to help you to focus on the great gap we frequently have in our institutions between technology, education, ethics, and governance. There is really also a gap between practice and policy, and where both opportunity and risk emerge for artificial intelligence. And 3 dimensions are needed for this. And they are integration, meaning the alignment with education goals and values, with the core mission. The second one is sustainability. And this means from the institution governance, ethics, and evaluation of what is done. And third one, readiness, this is extremely important because faculties need to prepare students and teachers to use AI critically and responsibility. And I give it a star because this dimension is often neglected. Readiness, I would say something more, is just about to have a clear vision and leadership. Is supporting students, teachers, and pedagogy. And it's ensuring ethics and values. Being ready is not being pro-AI or anti-AI. It's about being prepared. And for these institutions need to do a lot. Without integration, without sustainability, without readiness, AI risk is there. Instead of being an opportunity, instead of being an innovation. So we need to do more. And now I have a question. What can AI do for sustainable integration, for medical education? What can we get from AI? Just some examples. AI supports adaptive learning. Yes, it's true. We have with AI just-in-time learning. What do I want to mean by this? Just-in-time is because I am a student or a teacher and I need some knowledge. So in some seconds, we can get it from the artificial intelligence. But AI is fantastic because also it can be just-in-case learning. Yes, I can go to AI and find something about the knowledge I got or I learn or acquire some years in advance. So the two dimensions are in AI. Second, contribution. AI contribute to personalized learning. Why? Because it can support students. It can give the teachers cues on the weakness of the students. In the past, yes, we usually use the AME guides, the medical education guides, and so on, the journals in medical education and conference and so on, to support the students. But at present, AI offers the virtual learning companion to tell the students what they should learn, where they can learn, and more important, probably, whether they have learned. Students go to AI and immediately have feedback if they got the essential of something they have looked for to learn. So this is incredible. Another dimension is about facilitating the precision education, like or mirror or precision medicine that tailored the treatment to the special characteristics of the patient. AI can help because with data-informed learning, he can tell the teacher in a way that it's not about surveillance, it's not about automatic judgments. No, not at all. It's just to improve a support responsive to the students. And this is AI can do it in brief seconds. AI in all is a facilitator and enhancing, as I had said, teaching and learning, supports reasoning, and this is very important. It's why I left the space in my slide. AI does not replace judgment. We always need the teachers. And I gave a star because teachers remain epistemic leaders. Teachers in this process are essential. Teachers are essential. One more dimension in addition to integration, sustainable and readiness. I'm talking about ethics. And what do I mean here? What I mean is just to look at what we are doing, because without ethics, artificial intelligence is useless and unsafe. So we need in our institutions to embed ethics in the curriculum. We cannot have ethics teach, for instance, 2 months in the first year, 3 months in the second, just workshops and seminars and so on throughout the curriculum. No, it must be vertically and horizontally integrated with everyone talking about ethics. It needs ethical grounding, it needs critical thinking and reasoning and professional responsibility. And I have good news about ethics. I would like to share with you something about the global consensus statement on teaching bioethics in health professionals education. It was an initiative of the UNESCO Global Network on Bioethics, Medical and Health Professionals Education. And it was an initiative of this together with World Federation, namely from AMSA. And I have to thank Professor Ricardo Leon Borges, Professor Peter Harms was here, he is no more. The three of us, we are part of a working group putting this together under the leadership of Russell de Souza. So, I have good news because this can help us. We will have a global consensus statement on the importance of teaching bioethics in health professions education with 13 specific recommendations on what you can do on ethics for assessment, for methods, and so on, for mission, for values, and so on. And it will be launched soon. So, but this was just a little break. Let's move to our points. And we arrived to the third part. What do we need to think about institutional responsibility? We need a lot. This is to help us to focus that AI is not only dealing with the student and with the teacher. AI is also, and have also implications, as I have been said, with the institution. So we need always this triangle, the institution, the teachers, and the students. What can the institutions do for students? Institutions need to prepare the students to critically appraise AI outputs, to understand their limitations, and above all, this is very important, students should know when they need to seek human guidance from their teachers, from the doctors, and so on. And this is the role of the institution. And what about the teachers? What can institutions do? A very important thing. We need for teachers to prepare them to be more competent, and also in the domain of artificial intelligence to help them to be more confident. Teachers are the ones who can control the outputs because they are knowledgeable in the area. So faculty have a role in this domain, has a role in this domain. They need to use AI ethically and educationally, and to guide, of course, students' learning. The way I see this is like this. Institutions are responsible for students, are responsible for teachers. But I see this all together. Put them, these two fundamental groups together and treat them as something that you have to care as an institution for more progress in AI. The key message about this is that institutions should make clear that what they are doing is for development. It's not about mandates. And also, institution without action risk to have generational divides. So, a lot to be done by the institution. And I have a question now, very quickly. How many of you have used AI? Please raise your hand. On a frequent basis, almost every day or every week and so on? Okay, so I don't know if the next point would be of interest to you, but I saw some hands not up. So I decided to tell a little bit about my experience with the AI. And I start by saying this is the Faculty of Medicine, University of Lisbon, where I'm a teacher since 95, with almost 350 first-year students per year in the module 3.1 entitled Clinical Medicine, the Doctor, the Patient, and the Person. I'm not talking about this module. I'm talking just about my experience in the last years with AI. And I need to give you a personal note, yes. First of all, I must be a bit biased because I love AI. I love to work with AI. So, second, I'm awful with technologies. And this is why I was completely hesitant, and I'm sure that probably there are people in the room that also is hesitant. But then I saw everyone using AI that I decided to go on. And let me say that to my surprise, it was easier, it was user-friendly. And when I didn't know something, I just asked ChatGPT, for instance, how I can upload my slides. Then go look, AI, ChatGPT always gives me the answer. So let's try, because it can be a great help. And how I use it, you want to know? I use it for all these things, no need to go in detail. But above all, I can say that what I like more in AI is that I can submit my work, my personal work, to AI. I ask my feedback on my abstracts, on my presentations, on my talks, on my, I don't know, everything I do, I ask AI feedback, and it criticizes me, always. It said, for instance, things about my topic structure, clarity, tone. He pointed my strengths and weaknesses in everything, suggestions for improvements. I submit this talk to it, and in a second he discovered my orthographic lapses and so on. I'm saying this to convince you. Okay, example, he can give me this kind of information. The content was good, structure not so good, etc. Slides did work. And what is fantastic is that at the end he always asks, do you need something more? Do you need this in a more personal, professional way? Or do you need so on? So, go. Okay. But I have to make two reflections. The first one relates to that question. Were my interactions with AI always useful and successful? 2 times I couldn't accept what I was given by AI. So you need to control the outputs. And what I did in that part was to dialogue with AI, was to give my arguments, and AI was giving ChatGPT was giving his arguments. These 2 times he accepted my arguments, but I'm expecting that I would be in the opposite. This was one thing. And the second, and this is important in our field, namely as teachers, it's about if there are limitations in the AI in the ChatGPT? I asked this clear to the ChatGPT. And my answer is yes. And ChatGPT told me yes. Namely, when I asked about evidence-based knowledge. And I asked clear, is true that you have this limitation? And ChatGPT told me that in evidence-based areas, he had a real problem. Why? Because the most powerful evidence is published in the journals that access is controlled, is paid. So AI cannot access to this. So you need to be sure that when you need or you are looking at systematic reviews, or when you are asking AI, for instance, with bibliographic references, you need to control everything, because it's not an area you can trust AI, okay? This is true. Take-home messages. Just let us think what we discussed so far. So, AI is an unavoidable reality. Integration, readiness, and sustainability are three dimensions, together with ethics, that are fundamental and essential in a school. Institutional responsibility at two levels, my experience with AI. And I share this picture just to help us to focus, probably on Monday or next week, when we go back again to our schools. The days after the conference are really the more important days, because it's the days where we take something, and as Professor Jim Campbell said, we need to take opportunities for change the dynamics. So, let's see what we can take home. AI adoption is not enough. Without readiness, it creates fragmentation. But with readiness, it enables sustainable development and improvement. The future will be shaped by institutions ready and prepared to use AI. AI, the artificial intelligence, will not transform your schools by itself. No. Institutions will transform themselves and should use AI. Key message 2. This is not only about an institutional responsibility. No, please. It's also the responsibility of teachers, for all of us, and for the students. It's our shared responsibility. AI is also a question in a school, is also a question of collaboration. Message 3. We need a very different attitude. What do I mean by this? Let me tell you what I learned when I was invited to the AMSA, the European Medical Students Association 25th anniversary in Berlin in 2015. Usually, when I'm invited to give a talk, I go at the website trying to see a little bit of the institution or the organization and so on. And I was so surprised when I opened the AMSA website. What I saw was this. Today, medical students with a big cross. And below, could you believe? Doctors of the future. I must say, I was extremely puzzled. But then I thought, and I think I discovered, and I discussed this with the students, that from the very first day of their course, students met must adopt a new attitude. A new attitude, why? Because they are doctors of medicine, to be doctors of people, to have their lives in their hands. They are not students of mathematics, veterinary, or law. No. They are students of medicine. So they need to carry that responsibility on their shoulders. And they cannot study for a MCQ or for a OSCE or practice for an exam with skills just to get a high grade. They know the grades will determine how they specialize, the areas they can choose. But no, you, the teachers, you need to treat them as future doctors and make them responsible to study not only for the grades, but because later, when they will be at an emergency unit, when they will be in the wards or in a private consultation, they will have a patient in front of them, and they have to know and to be competent. This is a transformation. And I think I made something wrong, because this is not only a change in the attitudes of students. Okay, they should not only study for the grades. It will be an internal motivation, not only external. But this is about also the teachers, the way we treat the students, putting that responsibility on them, asking them to be collaborator in the teaching, and so on, will change that attitude. And this is important. To conclude, I like this slide, I must say. Medical education cannot remain struggling with the challenges of public health. No. To be effective, medical education should be supported by AI, requiring strong engagement from institution, teachers, and students. Yes. My call for action for next week, for this year, will be, let us go beyond adoption. Let us go towards a responsible, integrated use of AI in our institutions. But let's do this with ownership, with passion, and with enthusiasm. And like Professor Jim Campbell said this morning, Africa is living an incredible story of success. Let us be a little one, a part of something brought in our schools for an incredible story of success in our institutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Patricio. You'll agree with me that that was delivered passionately. So I'm sure there will be several questions that we want to ask Professor Patricio at this time. If you have any questions or comments, you can just indicate. That's number one. Number two. Okay, so we'll start from there. Please introduce yourself and your institution as you ask your question.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Adewusi Mibilari. I'm a senior registrar, medical microbiology from Uni Osun Teaching Hospital, Osun State, Nigeria. Thank you so much, Ma, for the presentation. It is more of comments, actually, that I wanted to make, and I want to, thank you for calling our attention to critical parts in the use of AI in medical practice and medical education. I particularly like when you were talking about the limitations and the fact that many of the AI tools cannot, they have limitations when it comes to evidence-based, presenting evidence-based information, because as a young researcher, I've tried to use AI a couple of times to draft articles and all of that. And one major challenge I've had is that many times when working with my references, bibliography and all of that, they are often messed up. It comes up with articles I couldn't even find online, DOI that I could not really ascertain. So I found out that when it comes to references and all of that, I've had to sit down myself, look at the references one after the other, look for the articles I want myself, and then integrate them properly. But of course, largely speaking, in terms of drafting the thought, helping me to organize my thought, organize the article and all of that, it does a very good work for me. So thank you so much, Ma, because that issue of the fact that there are high impact journals that are access restricted and many AI tools cannot access those journals. It means that really one cannot depend on such information when presenting critical works. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Second question.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation, Ma. I enjoyed it, every part of it. And I particularly liked, my name is Dr. Victor Odekunle. I'm a medical doctor here in Nigeria. I practice in Ibadan. I liked when you talked about the fact that we do need to adopt AI and with ownership, right? And I was also thinking from the perspective of the challenges that Dr. Bibelari just raised. I was questioning a possible solution. Is it possible that, because one of the challenges but those of us young researchers, particularly here in Africa, have is accessing research. Oftentimes, some of us, especially if you're not if you're not currently a student or a worker in a big institution like the University of Ibadan or any other university that can give you some kind of institutional access to some journals or repository of data, it might be difficult getting access to information. And the AI is also not very good at accessing that information for you. Oftentimes we rely on sources like Sci-Hub to get those information, but even the ones that Sci-Hub can access is limited. So I was just thinking, is it possible, can there be some kind of synergy worldwide amongst institutions and publishers of medical research? Something similar to the NIH in the United States, something that can, some kind of AI that could give us access to all the possible research that has been published, something created by teachers with scientists, so that when you have access to that AI built for medical research, you could get access to all the research that's been published in different journals. I know that the problem of payment and returns on investment could also be sorted based on subscription. But I just think is it not possible that worldwide there's a kind of collaboration to create a particular AI that is built for medical research with access to all the major repositories so that health research can be carried on globally by everyone who's interested in the knowledge? Thank you.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, the first student, for the comment. And you touch in a very, very important question. But unfortunately, I have probably only a small solution, because this is a problem of the journals, the medical education journals, because today we are talking about medical education, are a business. So there is no way to go away from this, and I don't see how we can solve. But you put forward a very important point, that it's about collaboration. And I think we can do more around the world to, as you said, things that are published and so on, trying to make this more available. And also probably we should also strengthen collaborations by some parts of the world that have more resources, and have collaboration with other parts of the world that has less resources. But this is a dynamic that each institution should create, because I'm not seeing the medical education journals and so on open their hands about being paid to access to what they publish, you know. So the only way, as you said, and the other way, I think, and what Federation is doing, yesterday they told us that a global consensus was made on how to support the students. This UNESCO Global Standards Network are going to publish what is fundamental on improving the teaching by including ethics and so on. I think this institution, the big institutions should also try to focus on essential parts and give guidelines, give the ideas. But unfortunately, I have not an easy answer saying you solve your problem like this. AI, if you go to AI and ask the same question, he told you 3 or 4 steps that you go otherwise to at least found a little bit more than just in AI on non-paid networks, okay?
Thank you so much. We'll take the last comment, question.
Thank you very much. Very interesting talk. Have you ever entered in an argument with AI? No, this is very true because it happened to me. I asked AI a specific question where I wanted an answer to, and I couldn't get that answer, and AI started going in circles. And I tried to corner AI and say, give me answer to these questions. And it's amazing that it was not able to give an answer, but it carried a very plausible argument in not being able to give an answer.
Yeah.
And I thought that was very clever. Has that happened to you at all? Thank you.
No, my only experience on that, it was about this limitation, you know. But I think this brings you with some obligations, because AI, what makes AI? AI is, I don't know the name, it's getting everything that it's published available free for the moment. So you are probably the first one to put this argument. You have a responsibility to publish what you think and be subject to the criticisms and so on. AI cannot go and find something when there is no knowledge about it. So you are really an expert on this. My only experience, as I said, was about evidence-based. And I was the chair of BME, Best Evidence Medical Education, for 10 years. And for the beginning, I tried to test AI. I asked it, which are the main steps of BME, which are the advantages, and so on and so on. And it was amazing. I have 10 years, now I have 40 years of BME, but I could not add a single point, because this is available, but not the evidence-based knowledge, you know. So when there is the case, we need to start forcing that more things, maybe with pressure from all parts of the world. Maybe the journals could open with some years of delay. You know, not the last 5 years, but previous one. Because things and knowledge and what is successful in medical education is not to be disapproved because it has 5 years. Humboldt in 2017 said that medical education is not about choosing one theory against the other. No, we need to take all the best things from the past, and we cannot imagine that now everything is AI, you know. So publish, put this available, help AI to have this knowledge. I cannot help more, sorry.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Professor Patricio. Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll move quickly to the next session, which is a panel discussion. So the panel discussion is titled Technology in Health Professions Education, and is co-sponsored by IHC Towers of Nigeria. Thank you very much. I will invite the panelists, the moderator, Dr. Olushola Idowu. Round of applause for him, please. Please come up. Also invite Mr. or Mrs. O. Shobode, THC Technologies. THC Technologies, please come. Thank you. Round of applause for him too. Mr. Soji Oshunedo of Roland Hospitals. I don't know if he's here. or if she's here. Oh, you're welcome, sir. Please, round of applause for him, please. Okay. Okay. All right. So I'll call up Mr. Ajala Michael. He'll be representing Ms. Patricia Wanjiru for FAMSA. Ajala Michael, please. Is he here? Okay, all right. The last person is Ms. Kate Tulenko, who will join us online. So IT, please let me find out if she's online so that she can join us. All right, great. So I'll hand over to Dr. Ido.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. I'm the moderator, Idowu Olushola, from ComUI, that's College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. The Director, Commercial, IHS Nigeria, Olubukola Agbanimoja. Sorry, you can come. Thank you. So, for this panel discussion too, titled Technology in Health Professions Education, I have some questions for you, and I want you to please do justice to them one by one. I will read it out for people to know, but I will still give you the questions so that while answering it, you have something to look at. I'm going to start with you, sir. What we are discussing today is on technology in health professional education. And the first one we are going to talk about is the setting the context. So please, sir, is it possible for you to talk to us about what are the obstacles to integrating telemedicine into routine care, particularly in a low-income countries like ours? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. And it's a pleasure to be here. So first of all, to start with context, as far as telemedicine is concerned in the setting of Nigeria, it's important to know that when it comes to telemedicine for Nigeria, it is one of the ways by which we can, solve the problem of healthcare with respect to access. So we know that a vast majority of Nigerian hospitals currently, still use pen and paper when it comes to, seeing patients and documenting for them. The research shows that about 18 to 23%, only 18 to 23% of hospitals in Nigeria actually have a form of practice management system. And the reason for this, is quite obvious because there are limitations with respect to broadband penetration, especially in rural areas. There are also limitations with respect to electricity generation. I think those are the basic things that we have. So we have a situation where even if a hospital has adopted a particular telemedicine platform or an EHR system, there are times when there are downtimes in the area of maybe electricity or internet. And whenever that happens, you have a situation in which the physician has to automatically switch to pen and paper. So I think the structural problems that generally militate against delivery of healthcare also have an implication for telemedicine adoption in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. So, in one sentence, so how is technology reshaping health professions, education, and healthcare in your own setting? Since you talk about Nigeria as a whole, now in your own setting, how is technology reshaping the health profession?
So as far as health education is concerned, I think in my own setting in Nigeria, I would say this will mostly relate to the possibility of using virtual platforms, especially in the training of medical professions, of medical professionals. So the fact that these days we can actually have a situation in which a trainer can train medical students even when he or she is not available in person. So those virtual possibilities make the gap in skill transfer to not be as much of a problem anymore. So I know that quite a number of medical students have access to lots of materials online. And I mean, just last week, I was thinking about the fact that a particular professor performed a prostatectomy on a patient. It was in London, and the patient was in Gibraltar, about 2,300 kilometers away. So I'm thinking about the possibility of the fact that if that is possible for virtual reality and AI to make those things possible, then it is definitely possible as well for there to be skill transfer, even if the teachers are not present there. So there's still a gap, but I would say that the major benefit of skill transfer in the Nigerian context is mostly limited to virtual lectures right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go to this second part, transforming education and training. Sir, please, what is the right balance between hands-on clinical training, which is what we are used to in this part of the world? That's how I was trained. You have patients, human being, that's what you use in training. But how can you please talk to us about the right balance between the hands-on clinical training and digital or simulation-based learning?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the question. Well, I mean, from my own perspective of running a hospital, especially in Nigeria, we're still at the baby stage of this innovation. The other panelists talked about operations being carried out, remotely. And this is science at its best. But in terms of training and simulation, it gives an opportunity for the student to have a real life case, to be able to examine a simulated patient, and it gives room for errors if he's going to make any errors. So when we look at what technology can do now, we know of the fact that doctors can train from anywhere in the world. We have quite a number of doctors abroad that want to give back, but time is a problem, and sometimes they are just outrightly afraid to even come to Nigeria. But these are opportunities for this sort of trainings that can happen. I think that would do it. I wanted to latch on the back of some of the information and some of the conversations that we had around AI and the limitations. The fact of the matter is that even in a hospital like ours, there are resources made available for doctors to use. There's a resource known as UpToDate, where, the hospital has paid close to about $10,000, but the uptake is not encouraging. I have very few doctors using it, and every year I ask, should I go ahead and renew this? we have a few of them using it, but the whole idea is to drive it. Some of the articles that you're talking about, they are all there. The journals, they are all there. It is about that dedication to say, I am going to use the different platforms. And the beauty about technology now is that you can create a persona. Any of the brilliant minds here have bodies of work. A persona can be created on AI. I can think like my professors, and I can make decisions around that. So those are things that can help.
Thank you very much. Concerning the up-to-date, that's the problem across the whole country. I happen to have, last year, in UCH where I work, they canceled the subscription for that up-to-date because of lack of patronage. In fact, I saw the record. Number one is lawsuit when it comes to the number of people using up-to-date. Number two, ABU, Zaria. Number three is UCH. Other ones are far, far below. It's sad that people are not even making use of those things even when they are available. In fact, it used to be free for us. Now, because of the fact that we are not using it well, the people that gave us the up-to-date, they have to take it away. And I'm aware that the provost is here, our provost is here, had to pay $7,000. That's what we paid last year to get it back. Even with that, I still had the librarian recently. The patronage is still abysmal, not encouraging.
So it just speaks to the fact that with the little that we have, I mean, let's not even talk of what is available abroad and elsewhere, other climes. With the little that is on ground, how well are we sweating those things? And I can tell you that if we can optimize up to even 50 to 60% of what we have, it doesn't take much to transform things in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ma, capacity building and workforce retention is one of AMSA's focus. How can technology help scale up the training of health professionals across Africa?
Thank you. So before I go into that, I'd just like to give a context from my own field. So at IHS, what we do, we're all talking about technology, but something has to drive it, and that's where we come in. We provide that enabling environment that allows connectivity to happen. So basically, we provide and manage infrastructure, telecommunication infrastructures, right? Then the MNOs latch on this to provide all these services that we're all talking about. So that has to be in place. That's the first thing. That's the starting point. Then you're talking about how do we ensure technology strength is not reduced, right? Human mentorship and professional identity. I'm sorry, I missed her name, but she had said it all. We need to embrace it, right? We don't need to see it as something that is coming to replace us. We need to embrace it and see it as a complementary service to what we do that would enhance what we are doing. So, and like she said, I mean, the empathy, the human part of medicine, technology cannot replace that, right? You have to see the person you're talking, even if it's virtual learning or whatever it is you're doing. You even saying, right, the person that is attending to you gives you some form of comfort, right? Also, I know that doctors, when somebody comes into their offices, they already know what's wrong with that person. Like, okay, the way this person is walking, maybe this is what is happening. You know, they can really see, they can know. But technology, yes, is really good, right? You know, the algorithm is so perfect that it just tells you if Buki raises a hand, this is what it means. If I do this is what it means. But that human thing, technology cannot replace human. So what we have to do is just to embrace it and see it as complementary to what we are doing. And once we're able to do that, then Also, we need to build that capacity. We need to know what is happening. We need to go with the trend. What's the AI saying? What's technology saying in my field of study? I mean, it doesn't have to be limited to Nigeria. I mean, you can go anywhere in the world. I mean, the world is a global village now. You can be here and deliver a lecture to thousands of students anywhere in the world, right? We need to build that capacity. We need to embrace it. We need to have mindset shift, right? It doesn't have to be rigid. We don't have to be rigid. We don't have to say, no, we are not going. No, we have to develop ourselves. We have to upskill based on, the trend, the technologies in our field. So we are not eventually replaced by people that are using it, not even the technology itself. So you have to, just embrace the technology, and by like that, you're able to develop your capability and capacity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma.
If I may, on the point that you said.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
so I think there's usually a question, especially for consultations that are a bit more, deeper. I mean, follow-up consultation, it's kind of easy. You've had a first engagement with the patient, because hospitals and clinics are asking hard questions like, okay, at what point in time has some level of triage been done? The stats for this patient that I want to consult. Because there is a series of pre-information that would determine some level of consultation. So that in itself, and we've seen the toys, where some of these things can happen. People walk into a place, they put their hand in the machine, the BPs and all that. But to be able to deploy, and let's not forget that the concept is to be able to reach quite a bit of people. The concept is to even write from the phone. But there is still a bit of concern. So when a doctor, half of the consultation is, I think you need to still go to the hospital, it somehow defeats the purpose. So that human touch is where that challenge is. And we're in a country where some people would even complain that I came into the consultant's room, he didn't get up, he didn't examine me, he didn't, I didn't feel anything. Then talk less that it is
speaking to a machine.
To a machine.
Yeah.
Some people will still have issues with that.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir, for the contribution. I'll go to you now, sir. So how do we now prevent technology from widening the inequalities between the well-resourced and the under-resourced countries?
Okay, just before I answer that question, I also like to give a point based on what has been said. I have to say that I'm only hearing for the first time about this underutilization of opportunities like up-to-date, for example. And I think, this is a medical education conference. We spoke yesterday about, reviewing our curriculums, in medical school. And I think possibly integrating digital technology into the curriculum might go a long way, in helping future doctors adopt those opportunities. Because the truth is that quite a number of doctors in Nigeria today will still prefer, paper and pen as against using a, electronic management system. So if the training on using these, technologies is somehow integrated, in medical education, when we start practicing, I think that might really help. So it's not like alien to them. So preventing technology from widening inequalities between well-resourced and under-resourced institutions. I think it still boils down to bridging the skill gap that currently exists, within the country, because we know that while Africa is known to be responsible for about 24% of the global burden of disease, only 3% of the global healthcare workforce is in Africa. So there's already a disparity. And the way to do this is by optimizing the process of knowledge transfer. I know it's not really a cheap thing to do, talking about, using the possibilities of, say, high fidelity mannequins, and doing things that can make us to actually practice firstly on, say, some of these mannequins and simulation-based learning as against practicing specifically on patients to begin with. But there has to be a way by which those who have gone ahead of us are able to train the new generation. I think that's just the way there has to be a way of making that training and simulation possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will go back to you, sir. Then lastly, I'll talk to you. I've been told that we have less than 6 minutes. What must change in the training of medical teachers to support meaningful technology adoption? I will just talk for like 30 seconds. I'm a lecturer. I remember until recently, I thought the best way to teach is still the traditional way of coming to the class and give lectures. But I discover with time that there are other ways that are even better, makes the teaching even better. For instance, because of that, in the last 3 years, I've registered 3 patents of devices, of course, with engineers, Department of Biomedical Engineering in UI. So my question now to you, sir, is that nobody asked me to do that. It was on my own for my personal development. So the meaning of that is that, how do you think, what are the things that will change the training of medical teachers? Because you cannot give what you don't have. So what do you think must change the training of medical teachers to support?
Well, thank you. I think you've answered the question, really. You've really answered the question. And that is, the teachers have to change their mindsets. You have people that, when automatic cars came, it was like, I don't believe in this automatic. You have people that believe that stew that is blended is not as sweet as the one that is. So it starts from the mindset, when we move away from that, this generation, they don't want to do any work, But meanwhile, the generation is constantly looking for how things can be done faster and easier. But if you come from a mindset of everything is hard work, what you are considering hard work is pointless to them. So you need to understand the mindset and the culture of the people that you want to impact this knowledge. And guess what? You actually would learn a thing or two, just like how you did. Because they also have a lot to offer. It's just that they might appear, but that is it. It comes with the mindset of, how am I going to communicate what I know, and keeping your mind open. Yes.
Thank you very much. Looking ahead, ma'am, if you could implement one change immediately, what will you have the greatest impact?
So we're all talking about technology, but we've not talked about the underserved, right? People that are disenfranchised, that we cannot reach, right? So at IHS, we there's one of our, what's it called, Trust and Ability Initiative. We call it PCWOW, That's a project, Clinic Without Walls, where we are able to reach the underserved. And what did we do? We engaged, telemedicine, right? So, the way the normal HMO works, that when you call them, they tell you the hospital that is closer to you and all. But in this case, right, because we know that they have limited access to resources, what we do is when they call, they actually call a doctor, right? So the doctor will just ask for their enrollee number and is able to treat them. So also the doctor without seeing them. So they are just essential, maybe malaria, things like that are common in those areas. And he also has a list of maybe test centers and pharmacies. So when he's done with the patient, so he can just tell the patient that would go to XYZ, then pick up your medication like that. So we also that's it for me. We also need to reach out to those people that that are not even on our level, as in make sure the their health are not impacted as well. We're able to reach the underserved and disenfranchised people in society, basically.
Thank you very much, Ma. I want to thank this panel of discussants for honoring this invitation and contributing. And I want to thank everybody for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Idowu, for helping coordinate that session so beautifully. Yeah, please, you'll take a group photograph. Yes. All right. So, as they are taking the photograph for the panel discussion, let me just go on to thank Dr. Idowu for anchoring it, and also thank Mr. Shubodi of THC Technologies and Mr. Oshunedo of J. Roland Hospitals, and our representative of IHC Towers. Thank you so very much. Another round of applause for them, please. Thank you very much. So I need to make a few announcements. The first one is that the registration desks at the door just noticed that quite a number of delegates did not register for today. So the instruction is that we need to register every day, not just on the first day. So please, if you have not done that registration while we are going out for the tea break, quickly register and then come for your tea break. The second instruction is that when you register, they'll give you some items. One of them is that you have some meal tickets. So you should have your meal tickets in your tote bag. So when you get to the kitchen, you need to show your meal ticket and then you'll be served. So without a meal ticket, you may have to spend some of your own money. All right. So the next session is by WHO Afro session. So the WHO Afro will be setting up, and what we're supposed to do now is we go out, we take our breakfast or our tea break, please, and then we come back here. Can you just collect your tea break and come back here? So and when we arrive and we're a bit settled, then the WHO session will progress. Thank you very much, distinguished guests. Let's go for our tea break now. Thank you so much. So just take your tea break and come back here, please. Thank you. distinguished guests, please can we go for our tea break? So we'll just collect it and come back, please. Because the WHO session will continue as we are taking our tea break. Thank you.
How proud I am of this team. How great.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, thank you. Can I have your attention, please? So, the WHO session will be starting in 2 minutes' time.
Just want to start that video.
I cannot tell you how grateful I am to this team, how proud I am of this team, how grateful I am to our elders, our ancestors, our experts. We look up to you. Thank you so much.
We are very proud of our long-standing collaboration.
That was the long process to get us to where we are today. From conceptualization to where it is now, it's about 1.5 years of work.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for has arrived.
Nurses. We have now the prototype competency-based curriculum for emergency nursing. Prototype competency-based curriculum for pediatric and child health nursing. Curriculum for pediatrics and child health medicine. Prototype competency-based curriculum for undergraduate medical education, for advanced midwifery. And now we have the prototype competency-based curriculum for critical nursing care. Wow. Prototype competency-based curriculum for obstetrics and gynecology. For our mothers, competency frameworks for health professions graduates in Africa, Volume 1. There's more to come. Wow. the prototype competency-based curriculum for general surgery.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've celebrated. Thank you very much for coming through and for being part of this exciting event. We're looking forward to a great future. From the G20 to the launch of curriculum, well done, Africa. Well done.
Okay, thank you so much, Champion. Good morning, everyone. My name is Namuli Sylvia. I work with the Health Workforce Unit at WHO Afro in Brazzaville. So we bring you greetings from Brazzaville. Yes, we have a presentation. Like, we wanted to give you a little bit of background on the curriculums before we start the presentation. The launch happened last year in South Africa, in Pretoria, where 10 Africa prototype competence-based curriculums were launched. So the presentation will be done by my colleagues. We have Dr. James Asamani, who is the team lead for the Health Workforce Unit, and also Professor Champion Nyonyi, who will also be presenting on the Africa prototype competence-based curriculum, the design, development pathways to implementation. So my role is to give a little bit of the purpose of this session, which is to discuss the reasoning behind the development of the Africa prototype competence-based curricula. Then we'll look at we'll discuss the process of developing the Africa prototype competence-based curricula, and then we'll reflect on the enablers and the barriers for adopting the WHO Africa prototype competence-based curricula. On that note, allow me to introduce my team lead, Dr. James Asamani, to come make a presentation on the numbers and competence, Africa Health Professions Education Transformation and Harmonization Initiative. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sylvia. And is it morning? Good morning. Good morning. I can see we're having coffee or tea, so we still have some energy. And it's a pleasure to share with you a few things WHO is doing around health professions education and, for that matter, medical education. I want to start by putting in the broader perspective what WHO is doing more broadly on health workforce development and the retention of health workers. Then we will zoom into the issue of the health professions education and pay more attention on the issue of curriculum development for Africa. So I will touch a little bit around the context, some of the challenges that we are trying to address in terms of competence, and I would outline the vision for Africa in 10 years, what I spoke about briefly yesterday, and then we would move into the competency-based curriculum. First, those of you who were very privileged to be here early in the morning, you heard from Professor Jim Campbell, who gave us very staggering figures around the workforce across the world. And I wanted to zoom a little bit in for Africa. So the work that all of you are doing as educators in the health profession space is contributing significantly in the number of health workers we are accumulating over the years. As you can see from this particular diagram, we have moved significantly from under 2 million health workers in 2013 to currently about 5.6 million. This is a very big jump in the head count of health workers. Head count. If you were to take this and look at it in terms of the density to population, and usually we use the statistic 10,000 people to a worker. So this, we put together the big five occupations Jim mentioned earlier: medical doctors of any kind, nurses of any kind, midwives of any kind, dentists of any kind, and pharmacists of any kind. When I say any kind, I mean whether generalists or specialists. And you would notice that the density has improved significantly from 18.3 per 10,000 people in 2018 to currently we are now, even if I look at last week updated figures, we are close to 24. But the time we did this presentation, it was at 22.5. So that's a significant improvement. But of course, compared to how the population is growing, it's not as if we have reached the stars. And for different countries, some countries from 2018 has improved. And if you see a country that is having some bit of green, that means they have a minimum of around 30 per 10,000. And so if you can see, some countries have moved from other red to a little bit of the yellow or towards the green. So that means these countries, the number of the big five occupations they have accumulated is increasing faster than the increase in population size. That's what it means. So these countries are, in theory, making progress to making health workers available to to the population. Nevertheless, if the red was a marker of high risk, then much of Africa is at risk when it comes to adequacy of workforce. And if you put this in absolute figures, what we have seen is that in Africa, the number of graduates we produce per year across the different health professions has increased dramatically from 155,000 in 2018 to 100 in 2022, and our last count were over 312,000 annual graduates. Nevertheless, we still have a projected shortfall of 6.1 million by 2030 if there's a condition for the 6.1. If we wanted to tackle the disease burden of Africa with the essential package of services known to contribute to universal health coverage. If that was the ambition, we need 6.1 million more. So quite clearly, we are doing some massive work around adding to the numbers, but still we have a shortfall in the front lines of service delivery. And if you look at it in terms of medical education, the number of new medical graduates graduating each year, you saw from Professor Campbell's presentation, we have now done almost 39,000 per year when it comes to only doctors. To put that in context, 2 decades ago, we were doing under 7,000 a year. So that means there's a massive improvement in the head count of how many doctors we are producing per year. And the top-rated countries in terms is DRC, Nigeria, Tanzania, Ghana, South Africa, and that order. So we do have more than 10 countries that do a minimum of 1,000 doctors per year. But we also still have countries that don't even produce one single doctor on their own soil. They have to send them abroad to train. So that means we want to improve on quantity for those who don't even produce one single doctor. We also need to be having a handle on our tap on quality for those who are producing very large numbers. Because in production, the larger you go, the more requirement it is for your quality control. So that is also one of the issues. And so that takes me to the next issue, which is around a hidden variable called competence. What we have seen from all the literature that is available and from very large multi-country studies, we've realized that the health system performance will not improve by adding just more workers, by adding more medicines, by adding more health infrastructure alone. All of those things can only improve on the condition that the competence of the worker itself is good. So we say the health system performance is fixed on competence. And competence is not simply about having the knowledge. It is not simply about having the skill. It is an integration of all of that, the knowledge, the skill, the judgment, and the reasoning that you apply in the clinical context. So it's multidimensional. What we have seen so far that can tell you, as people who manage hospitals or people who supervise students, train students, to see whether competence is improving or not without looking for data. If your graduates require prolonged supervision when they finish school, and you are at the hospital, you see that this graduate requires prolonged supervision before they can practice by themselves, the competence they brought from school is low. When you look at it and they are ill-prepared for teamwork, you know that the competence they got from school is low. When you realize that in their day-to-day operations, they don't apply critical reasoning, you know that they came with low competence. And when you see that their orientation is only hospital-centric, you know that their training was incomplete. So these are things that you don't need to go and collect data to see whether there's a problem to address or not. But if you were to pick the data, there are so many studies that have done some assessment of medical competence. And I'm using the term medical in its broader sense of health, not referring to doctors alone. And these studies, we have those that are single country studies, we have those that are multi-country studies. So there are two standard multi-country studies. One by Daniels, a paper published by Daniels in 2024, another by Sheffield in 2024 also, in the Health Policy and Planning Journal. If you take a look at these two papers, what comes out clearly is that overall, our health workers are very good at diagnosing problems, basic problems, compared to clinical guidelines at 60%, approximately. So that is a good one. But when it comes to treating according to the correct guidelines, it's about 35%. Now, let me bring a distinction. The treatment part is looking at all health workers, whether they gave the correct treatment. But those who gave the correct diagnosis, which is 60%, of that number, 72% give the correct treatment. So this is the thing. If you walk into a health facility, you have a 40% chance of not getting your problem detected. And when you walk into a health facility, you have a 65% chance of going home with the wrong treatment. When you are lucky to get the problem detected, you have a 72% chance of getting the correct treatment. So you still have a 28% chance of getting the correct diagnosis by wrong treatment. This is not about lack of medicines, lack of infrastructure. It's not about lack of health workers. It is about the health worker not competent enough. And this is back to medical education. And this is the reason why we have decided to address the issue head on, not from the angles. So I won't go over this anymore because we've seen it already. We're expanding in quantity, but the quality part of the adjustment is slow. We are seeing 83% of countries say that they have accreditation mechanisms, but it is a regulatory tick box. Do you have this? Yes. Do you have that? Yes. It is not used as a quality improvement mechanism, and that is part of the problems that we are facing. So what is WHO doing from all of these things? WHO in the African region, working with member states and partners, agreed in November on a 10-year strategy called the Africa Workforce Agenda 2035, which has very specific things for each member state to do and to report to their peers how they have done it, and also areas for WHO and partners to work together to support the member states. For the member states, there are 30 actions across 5 strategic objectives. Each member state is supposed to show how they have made progress in each of the 30 actions. And reporting is every 2 years. So in every 2 years, we shall be publishing a report that shows how each member state is taking actions across the 30 areas. So in terms of stimulating more investment for health workers, scaling up and harmonizing the education, expanding the jobs and retention, strengthening the leadership, and then looking at data and information to understand the labor market. For WHO and partners, we have been requested specifically to work with the governments across 3 broad areas. One area we called the plan, another area we call the train, and another area we call the retain. So we are going to have these 3 vehicles of plan, train, retain to help the countries do their individual country level action in 30 areas that I mentioned earlier. So I want to zoom into, since today's discussion is more about the training, I will zoom into the train element alone. Then later we can find time and discuss on plan and retain. On the train, we do have 5 complementary phases of interventions. The first one is to define prototype competency-based curricula for health professions in Africa, as many professions as we can cover with resources and expertise available in the region. The second is to build consensus on an Africa health professions education quality standards, not as an accreditation tool, but as a quality improvement tool that can help us compare quality across countries and therefore compare qualifications across countries. 3 is the contextual adaptation of the curriculum into national reference curriculum. So the expectation that every country, so long as you train any health occupation, you need to have a national reference curriculum for that occupation, which the regulator should be the custodian. So let me make it practical. Every medical council need to have a national reference curriculum for their undergraduate medical education, for their surgery education, for obstetrics and gynecology, whatever it is. So they need to have that national reference curriculum, which they work with their institutions nationally to align. That is the first thing. As WHO, our role will be to help the countries to develop their own national reference curricula. And I will come to how we can ensure cross-country alignment. The 4th phase is benchmarking and external reviews. So internally, the council need to develop a system of self-assessment across institutions, more or less like an internal peer review of institutions, not to whip, but to encourage quality improvement. And when the country has done so, they can now invite an external review, which is called the benchmarking. We bring other countries to come and peer review you as a country and tell you where you are doing well, where you need to improve, and all of that. And that's the benchmarking part. That it is only when these things are done, we can begin to say, Sudan and Nigeria, the quality of your medical education is similar. So consider a reciprocal or a mutual recognition of qualifications. And you can now negotiate the terms of that recognition and sign an agreement. Until then, you don't even know the quality in Sudan or the quality in Nigeria. It's difficult to start the conversation. So this is what the train part is about, and we call it the Africa Health Professions Education Transformation and Harmonization Initiative. There's another angle to this, which is not yet fully developed, is the Educator Capacity Development Program, which we are hoping to start tackling it in 2027. So I have already spoken to all of these things. One aspect I wanted to pick to highlight is the element of the country level adaptation, which is the phase 3. In the phase 3, what we anticipate is that when we do the regional prototype curriculum, which already is aligned to the global competency framework, each country would ensure that their national reference curriculum is about 60 to 70% aligned to the regional. 60 to 70%. That means each country has 30 to 40% to use their national context to fill in. Then, with their national reference curriculum, each institution in their country should align up to 80%, meaning that each institution has a 20% allowance to put in their context issues, certain things that could be specific. So that in country, 80% of the doctors coming out, irrespective of the institution they went to, would have a harmonized competence. Their competency will be harmonized. at the Africa level, about 60% of the competencies would be harmonized across countries. This is how we are starting as a baseline towards progressively improving on the competencies and simultaneously integrating Africa. This is the only way we can benefit from skills sharing across countries. At the moment, it's even difficult, and I was fascinated with a professor, I forgot her name, who gave a presentation on AI. I was so fascinated, and I was like, okay, she spoke from the perspective of, let's say, educator. Now let's take this to the policy person for service delivery. If Nigeria has a super expert in, let's say, internal medicine, and there's none in Seychelles, it may not necessarily be cost effective to go and employ 5 of those experts to come and sit in Seychelles for a population of 100,000. But is it possible for Seychelles to have a telemedicine program with a hospital in Nigeria that they can share the skills of the Nigeria experts? But if that happens, are there regulatory implications? Are there legal implications for people in Seychelles who will be treated remotely by a doctor who is not registered in Seychelles? And can a doctor be registered in Seychelles who will not go to Seychelles to sit for an exam? All of these things, to have a foundation to discuss, we need to harmonize the quality and the competencies. And this is why we are pushing this agenda. So I would be inviting my colleague, Professor Champion, to take you through the curricula that we have done from this initiative. Just to give you more broadly, we've launched this already. 10 of them have been launched already with the outcomes document. And how we did this, broad consultations across Africa and alignment with global tools. But most importantly, we decided to ensure that the stewardship and oversight of the process was not WHO driven. So we identified experts across Africa and constituted the Curriculum Development Advisory Group for Africa. We call it CDAC. And I'm happy to say Professor Bumi was one of the members of that group. I think, did I see 2 people here or 1 of that group? And that they were very meticulous in the guidance, in the review, and challenging some of the things and fine-tuning it. But they are not the people who directly developed the curriculum. These were independent consultants and who were put together to do the evidence generation, put together the document. It goes through WHO internal reviews. Then this group will review and clear or decide not to clear. And finally, there was an expert consultation online and in person in Brazzaville with selected experts and across different institutions, just to ensure there was alignment and there was consensus on this whole thing. So these are the curricula. You've seen the video already from the launch. And these are your 10 competency-based curricula developed for Africa from community health workers, undergraduate medical education, pediatric and child health nursing, critical care nursing, advanced midwifery, emergency nursing, general surgery, pediatric and child health medicine, and also we have health information systems, and then obstetrics and gynecology. I'm happy to say, and you might be the first to know, that we are already working on getting an additional 6 for 2026. So there's no cap to how many. The only cap is the resources we have, because we want to make sure that any kind of health worker training in Africa, we build consensus on the minimum competencies and what we expect them to come up with. So with this, colleagues, I want to thank you for listening to me. Let's hear Professor Champion, then we can discuss. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James, for that detailed description. And I think what you've done is set the pace and also spoke a bit more about what I wanted to share with the team. And I think, colleagues, maybe let me first start by saying good morning. I started talking without saying good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much. And I think just to build on to what James has mentioned, and from the education space, I know we've all had these conversations about curriculum and transformation and competence and competency-based education. And these calls have been coming from, I mean, we spoke with Prof the other day, who has mentioned that in his career as well, there's always been a discussion, you know, why are we changing the curriculum? We should change the curriculum, but how are we actually changing the curriculum? And what we have tried to build here is an approach to say, let's start the conversation, let's build the conversation at regional level, let's develop the documents at regional level, and then let's see how we can cascade it and scale it at local level to still get to build something that's African-centric, that links exactly to where we want to go, and also aligns with the global standards within competence-based education. So my task is to showcase a bit about the design process, the development process, and then engage with you a bit more about what are your thoughts? What would you think would make this work in your context? What do you think is the challenge that you'd face in your context to operationalize this? And perhaps what should WHO be thinking about as we cascade this transformative harmonization initiative? Sorry, this is a bit too bright, but the general focus of the discussion is something that James has already touched on, the issues around the justification and strategic direction, the stewardship and the guidance process, which I'll move fastly through it, some of the guidance documents that inform the process, the Africa Health Professions Education Dialogue, which is something that is quite important for this session, how we designed it, what was the development process, the validation editorial, and some of the key features. So just to touch base on some of the guiding documents, and I think some of these are not unfamiliar to educationalists like yourselves, that have supported a massive call for the transformation and the change in health professions education. I mean, from 1975, and that's the top right document that WHO published in terms of supporting the transformation of health professions education into competency-based approaches. And the thinking behind it is that we need to start thinking closely on how we get our curricula to respond to our technological advances, epidemiological changes, and also our understanding of the learning sciences. I mean, a lot of our curricula, we've been static, we've been stuck in the old models, and what we actually is happening in our institutions is slowly not aligning to what's happening in practice, and perhaps that's the reason why James is talking about these inconsistencies between what happens in the classroom, what people are taught when they are deemed competent, and then when they go to practice, they struggle with the diagnosis, they struggle with clinical judgment. And we also, 2010, I think this was part of the Lancet document that Prof spoke about in the morning around Frank. I mean, this was done 100 years after Flexner, and the whole conversation about, again, we need to move and transform our health profession space. 2022, WHO published the Global Competency and Outcomes Framework document for UHC. I would really encourage you to get hold of this document, because this is sort of the blueprint of what's expected of health professions education across the field, specifying competencies, behaviors, practice activities for health workers to be able to meet UHC. So this became one of the foundational documents of our work within the WHO space. And setting out a very nice space on how we should think about the design of the curriculum. Usually, contesting it, the previous models, we want to develop a curriculum, these are the objectives, we get a bunch of experts that bring in what they think they know, and then we get the content of the curriculum. To rethink the process, that we need to start our curriculum design process by identifying and characterizing our health system's needs, moving from these health system needs, linking to what exactly we want our graduates to be able to do with those needs, and then that becomes the foundation of the curriculum. So in 2024 in Lusaka, Zambia, we managed to gather a group of experts in different professions that also included health professions educationists. We also had country representatives from our WHO collaborating centers, and part of the conversation within this Africa Health Professions Education Dialogue was to characterize what is the current problem with health professions education. What are the current health issues that we should be dealing with, and what do we expect our graduates to be able to do about them? And it is from that meeting that there was a discussion, and the development of the consensus on what we expect our graduates to be able to do at graduation to align or deal with the current problems that we're facing. Again, this document is also available online, which is that what we're calling the Lusaka's consensus statement, where there was an agreement on the need to transform health professions education by our experts with a focus on developing a competency-based curriculum aligned with the outcomes of the meeting, and also an identification of the selected professions that WHO should be looking at in developing the curriculum. And this outcomes document for graduates set out expected, it's a massive competency framework space, which then outlines the 10 occupations that we worked on for the first batch of the curricula. And for each occupation, it then unpacks what is expected from this competition, which are calling these competence statements or the outcomes. And furthermore, what are the expected practice activities, and also the behaviors of the professions. So it contains just about 10 occupational groups, and each occupation has about 8 outcomes. What are they expected to be doing at graduation, and then also having competence and practice. And you can scan the QR code if you want to access this document. We can also engage with the conference organizers to share this on a mailing list. So, sorry, this is a bit small, but the big story we wanted to build in, let me start with this part before I go back. James mentioned that part of the process was actually guided by the Curriculum Development Advisory Group, which included, again, a group of professionals from across the region, about 16 of them that came in from education, from practice, from regulatory space that sat within the space, and then they provided so much stewardship and guidance on how we could do the process, what we should think about, what it means when we talk about African realities, and that we need to be very careful, especially about always, you know, someone was talking about it, the lazy approach, cutting and pasting, and then saying, naming it outside, this is Africa, and then we're done. So they guided this process very carefully, that we really make sure that we embrace the African realities, it is sound internationally, and then the process is above board. So in that design process, we set with a team, also including the guidance from the outcomes document, was to think very clearly on how the curriculum become focused on outcomes. That we need to go back and set a discussion to say, these are the outcomes that we want, these are the clearly observable competences that we expect, and that these outcomes are actually aligned with the population health needs, such that we move away from just plugging in so much content that might not be necessarily relevant to the students in practice. We were very clear to ensure that competence becomes observable, that it's something that's observable, something that's measurable, and it is demonstrated in a real context. So as we were developing or designing this process, we made sure that when we talk about competence or declare somebody as competent, it is based on something that's been seen, that's been expected, and that's been practiced in the real space. We also talked about building progression that is competency driven, that it's not, the focus should not be around how much time the students spend in a rotation, but the focus should always be about what are they able to do after having gone through a particular rotation. I remember one of the CDAC members was commenting on the midwifery curriculum, saying that from her experience, they would go and be placed in a midwifery space for 4 weeks. And then when they're done, they said, no, she's done, and she's competent in the labor because she was placed in a labor ward. But during those 4 weeks, there was never a woman that came in, she never delivered anything and so forth. But according to the transcript, she spent 4 weeks in the labor ward. So that became a big debate about how do we make sure that we keep these competency markers as signals of progression more than the amount of time that the students are spending spaces. So there was a conversation of what is flexible learning spaces, and what would flexible learning spaces look like in the African space. Then we also had bigger conversation with the design around learning, that the whole issue of this curriculum needs to align with our advances in what we are getting to know about learning sciences, that the learner should be at the center, the student is at the center of this, that our role is to mentor, is to facilitate learning, but they should be at the center of the process, that whatever we design in terms of our educational activities, we have the student on board. And then there was a big discussion about programmatic assessment, which is a key tenet of competency-based education. And the thinking that, there's no one single exam that can then determine competence, and that this is accumulative, and we need multiple points of data throughout the education process. Also, this was a huge one around feedback, because, and I hope this will be a nice area of discussion in terms of how do you constantly have the space of continuous feedback and improvement, because the idea is to make sure that we are there with the students when they practice, we are there with the students to reflect on what they've done and exactly give them feedback. But there were such discussions about, what happens in Africa, I'm the only one and I have 2,000 students to deal with, am I able to actually be embedding feedback and development of competence? And I think that's a conversation we need to think about when we talk about country adaptation. Constructive alignment, again, another key issue that we made sure was embedded in the design of this work, to make sure that the competences that we said we want, the outcomes that we said we want, even at learning level, the learning outcome that we said we want aligns with how the teaching looks like and aligns with how it is assessed. And it's often, I always have a very, very painful experience during my time as a student when we went into class and then we're doing biochemistry, and then after a whole semester of biochemistry, going through all of the things that we did, we had to go and write this final exam. And in the final exam, 80% of the paper was on xeroderma pigmentosum. And then we almost failed the exam on xeroderma pigmentosum. And I've gone to the wards and I've worked in a hospital and I've never seen a person with a case of xeroderma pigmentosum. So it goes back to those issues around alignment. How do we think of assessment? How do we think of what we're expecting as competence, and what are we actually teaching? So in the design of the work, we made sure that the assessments aligns with what we said were the competencies, and the teaching and learning activities sort of fit in that space. And then the big picture about embedding and integrating in clinical practice. And I loved it yesterday when Prof was speaking about how Lagos is moving into the decentralized approach towards education. And one challenge in one country, when we started to think competency-based education, we actually saw that 70% of their population access the health services in the districts and the clinics. But you'd find that most of the time, 90% of our training is in teaching hospitals. So you get our students that are excellent in dealing with bedside patients, people that are lying in a bed, as opposed to people that are walking in a clinic and are saying that there's something wrong with my chest. Something's going boom, 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 boom here, because they are not used to that type of context. So how do we make sure that when we think about integrating learning and practice, we also align with the health system, and we also build on decentralization and making sure that our students get to experience exactly where the health system is. And so that was the thinking that also embedded the design of the curriculum. And then flexibility, of course, came in quite strongly to say the idea is not standardization. The idea is not to make sure that this curriculum is the same everywhere. The idea is to keep the principles, the idea is to keep the outcomes, but the content, the context becomes very important to inform what competency looks like. And I mean, countries also have different outcomes that inform their health priorities, and so that becomes quite important. So in the thinking of this work, we really embedded a lot of flexibility. So the thinking around this came in that we then had to identify the competency statements and the competencies from the outcomes document, unpacked what are the necessary knowledge and tasks that are needed for these competencies, going down to unpacking those into modules and module outcomes, linking those learning outcomes to teaching and facilitation methods and assessment, creating that constructive alignment triangle at the bottom. And then the idea is that once that is delivered well, then the student meet their learning outcomes, they meet their module outcomes, they have the sufficient tasks, and then they eventually meet the appropriate competencies or outcomes. So in the development process, then it was sort of cycles of development. We engaged consultants from Africa who had experience in competence-based education, experience in their own disciplines to support the development of the work. Through the CDAC, we sort of worked on a uniform template of the curriculum, which was quite slightly different from what we're used to, but it was aligning with the principles of competence-based education. And then those consultants supported the development process, engaging literature and their own experience and expertise within the continent. And this went through cycles, and like James mentioned, eventually leading to some technical feedback from WHO. So once we had those drafts, we then mapped more than 500 stakeholders from within Africa and all over the world. And especially, I mean, we also included students. I think yesterday we met some of the FAMSA students that we have been corresponding online, and then they're seeing my face for the first time. We have been quite instrumental with the undergraduate medical curriculum as well in terms of giving feedback. So across the continent, we eventually got feedback from around 300 stakeholders that gave feedback on the 10 documents, and this was shared electronically, and all the discussions were moderated in that document. And then from there, we eventually again had a physical meeting where we got 2 specialists across the region per curriculum who then consolidated the feedback, validated the documents before the document could move into the editorial process following the WHO house style. I think you have seen this slide before, and this is the outcome of that design and development process. And specifically for the undergraduate medical education, which I think you have keen interest, there were 8, 9 key outcomes or competencies or expectations at graduation that the medical doctor should be able to do. The first one being that they should be able to provide evidence-based healthcare for patients with common and priority emergency conditions across multiple disciplines. The second one is that at graduation, they should be able to perform essential procedures to effectively manage the health conditions. The third one being able to apply foundational knowledge on basic sciences to clinical practice to improve diagnostic accuracy, enhance patient management, and ensure high-quality healthcare. And the fourth one being promoting health literacy, engaging communities, and applying effective health education strategies to improve community health needs. The fifth one being to provide comprehensive rehabilitation and compassionate palliative care. The sixth one being able to practice within professional and ethical boundaries, managing personal and professional well-being. And the seventh one, contributing to the management and leadership of health systems. And lastly, to demonstrate the ability to design, conduct, and evaluate research to generate evidence. And so from here, specific knowledge and tasks were identified, and then specific modules came out that aligned or fit to these outcomes. So if you engage the undergraduate medical education curriculum, then you'd find that there are 21 modules in the entire curriculum, from anatomy right through to medical sociology and health information systems for health professionals, and leadership and teamwork. And some of the modules are further split into specific themes. So with anatomy, there are further themes, physiology and biochemistry as well, and a bit of pharmacology. And again, we will share the link to the curriculum for you to engage with it with the organizing team, or you can also download it from the QR code. Surgery as well, 6 outcomes in surgery. There were 15 modules that came in there. These I'm just going to run through. Same applies with pediatric and child health medicine, 6 outcomes and 24 modules, 7 outcomes for obstetrics and gynecology and 15 modules. For child health nursing, 7 outcomes, 13 modules, 15 outcomes for critical care, and 16 modules. There were 5 outcomes for emergency nursing and 10 modules, 5 outcomes for midwifery and 7 modules, and 5 outcomes for HIS and then 10 modules. And then So the community health worker one was even exciting because there was some level of, we want some differentiation between what are basic modules and what are advanced modules for community health workers. But I think that again would be shared for your understanding. So James has touched on the future of, so this work has been done. What is the future? The idea is to go through this particular process to support with the contextualization of this curriculum at country level, particularly with the regulators, to ensure that there is some harmonization in the process and levels of benchmarking. So this sort of gives a summary of the thinking behind it, the design that happened with the process, actually the development process as well of the documents that we're presenting today as the African prototype curriculum. With that, we want to have a quick session around the discussion, and again, for both presentations, James' presentation, myself, and then we have one slight last activity before that, and then that will be the end of our show. Thank you. All right, just to start the event, any questions, any points of discussion for myself or James? Over to you, Prof. Oh.
You can leave that with you.
Yeah. I'm Professor Uche Ongudiu. I'm a provost of a medical school, one of the gynecologist. Thank you very, very much for all the work you have done. It gladdens one's heart to know that we are not static. I know WHO has done a lot. The problem I have over the years as a teacher, with all these innovations, the rate of buy-in by the medical teachers. You do a beautiful work, Brazzaville, everywhere you get. You have a lot of material. But the problem is how to get those delivering this at the schools to buy into this. At times there are a lot of, disbelief. What are they teaching? What are they trying to show? We've been doing this for 40 years, graduated professors. I'm one of the people who have graduated professors, vice chancellors, over decades of teaching. But you see, they forget that most of these things were not structured. Our traditional curriculum has competencies. I've been a teacher for 5 decades, so I don't know how we are. But they were not structured and gathered. They were like apprenticeship models. They are not systematic. You could do a posting with a consultant who was on leave for half of the time. It's what you gather within the time that you, whereas another set of students had a teacher with them throughout their posting. So as you said, time spent does not equate to things learned. And that's why you have all sorts of models, prism models and so forth, systematic, where it's not a question of just that you must acquire certain number of procedures you have done to be said to have done a posting. Not that you spent the time. Because you could spend the time and there were no patients. There could be strike by professionals. So we know this is, but we are putting them together. I'm a curriculum developer. I want to tell you, when I'm talking about buying in, it's a problem. In 2012, it's all up at the Nigerian government. We met a group of experts in Nigeria, diasporans, our National University Commission teachers. Olapa was there, was a team lead. We developed a competency-based 2012. In it, we identified 203 competencies and MBBS graduates, and 211 for a dental graduate. Details. It's not just competencies. The ones to observe, you just observe. The ones to do under observation, you do. The one you can do alone. We developed this. It was a big document. Government paid for it. there was a 2012. But when I go to schools and I'm talking, I say, have you seen this document? From most people, they say, we have never seen it. We spent a lot. I'm telling you, it's so painful. Picking. So that's it. How do you get the people to buy it? It's not just talking the Ministry of Health in Abuja or gathering here. The people that deliver this, not only that, how do you retrain them and reorient them that there could be a better way? Not that they were doing nonsense. They did the much they knew. How do you get them to buy in, be part of it, and tell them that this will make their work easier? Learning outcomes, if you have, it will make their work easier because the outcome based, they'll be able to, specific students will learn better. So that's my problem about, because I'm one of those who've been going around this country, brought a change in assessment. I introduced OSCE to most medical schools. Yes, but 20 West Africans, postgraduates. But the thing is, how do you get? We have to think about that. I wish our people were here to. A lot of knows himself the difficulties. So I'm appealing that let this good work last. We'll be thinking of implementation and buy-in. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. I think for both speakers, it's been very comprehensive and very interesting. I'm Aladdin, I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Khartoum. I have a question that has two parts and a comment that might generate some discussion. Now, my question is, who are the points of contact in different countries? Is it going to be the medical schools or the General Medical Council? Because I think that makes a difference, especially the medical schools are not very homogeneous, and some of them are old, some of them are new, and some of them are private, and some of them are governmental. And I think it's very important to define a point of negotiations so we can get the message through to different countries in Africa. So that's the first question. My second question is that entirely focused in curriculum for undergrads? What about graduate education in medicine? Because I think that's very important, and especially in the Western world, where there is the big issue of appraisal and revalidation. And certainly that is a deficiency, that's a shortage in my country, is that as soon as you get out of the medical school, then your professional development is not monitored by the medical council. So does your proposal include graduate doctors or not? So these are the two questions. My comment is, we've recently went through a curriculum change at the Faculty of Medicine, University of Khartoum, which I think has been very good. That's my personal opinion of it. Not everybody thought so. And that leads me to the skepticism about changing curriculum in a medical school, especially an old medical school. And I'll just tell you a story very briefly. We got some international input to monitor the change of the curriculum and have their opinion on what we were doing. We got a professor of medical education. You may know her. She came from London. She's a lady called Janet Grant. She's your teacher, okay. So we got Janet Grant into medical school. And I remember very well, I invited the professors from the medical school in my office in the morning, and they sat with her and they talked for many hours and drinking tea and cakes. And at the end of it, we went to visit the CPD, the Professional Development Center. We have one in the medical school. We have a Professional Development Center, and we have a Curriculum Management Committee. I think we have a very robust system for looking into curriculum. And when we were walking to the CPD, which is the other part of the medical school, she whispered in my ears, she said that if all the professors I met this morning are the products of the old curriculum, why do you want to change your curriculum? That's exactly what she said. So this is just a comment, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. That's very profound, and I've captured your comments. And yes, any other questions or areas of discussion? Madam, and then Sir, and then we'll come to you.
Sorry, I know it's a great presentation. I wanted to ask about the PGME question, of course, but what is, we know now there are some organizations which are both accrediting and they do have some teaching roles like WACS, West African College of Surgeons, like COSEXA, and there is now a new college for oncology that's emerging. And so what is the role of these? Because they do, they are responsible for the certification, they continue to do professional development for their fellows, especially at the level of, but if, like, for example, you have general surgery, was that an undergrad or postgrad? And how do you intend to engage with them? And also at the country level as well.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Estevam from Brazil, from Brazilian Association of Medical Education, right? Congratulations for work. We have efforts very similar in Brazil. We have national curriculum guidelines since 2001, then another edition in 2014, and we recently made a big national effort to make the new national curriculum guidelines in Brazil in 2025. I think it's a very similar discussion with this one. And I have a specific question that's about, I realize some kind of critics about the accreditation process. And especially when James said briefly about not accreditation, but quality assurance, quality improvement. How do you see this difference between accreditation and quality assurance, quality improvement, and what could be the whole of the accreditation process in this process you're conducting? Thank you very much.
And there's one last question, probably from a student, from Sir at the back.
Yeah, thank you. The revised curriculum, right? I had the privilege of going through some part of it, okay? And I see that there are points there that is actually revised. My own first concern is, when is this going to be launched through Africa, all through Africa? How soon is it going to be in effect? Because I like some part of the revised curriculum is really goal-directed, okay? And I think that's, again, the generational dichotomy that we have from the old professors who were a product of the non-revised one versus what is being revised now. And again, the advent or the incoming of artificial intelligence. Then, secondly, when is it going to be launched in Nigeria? And then again, how often is this curriculum supposed to be revised? Considering that medical education, competency-based education, it is dynamic, really. Thank you.
One last one.
I'm going to talk not as president of WFME, but as vice president of health sciences and dean of medical school in Mexico. And you probably have heard of Ronald Hardin, okay? And Ronald Hardin says it's easier to move a cemetery than to change a curriculum. Okay, so that's something very well known. This is strategy sounds very good. Sounds familiar to what at the beginning WFME wanted to do, to create a curriculum for all medical schools in the world in order to standardize ourselves. Result didn't work, so that's when we decided to go through standards. So that's one part. When I was dean, I was told that I have to make changes and try to make the problem-based learning and all those kind of things that you have heard as medical educators. But my conclusion, together with my team in the medical school, was if we want to change it, we have to do it from inside, not from outside to tell us what to do. So the only way that we were able to modify our curriculum was to put our old faculty together with the new faculty and start talking, what do we want to change? So the change came from the bottom up, not from up to bottom. So that's my suggestion, okay? Only medical school is able to change things, okay? The faculty are the ones who are going to change them, not because we tell them, okay? They never want to do that, okay? It has to come from their souls, they have to come from their experience, by their knowledge. That's the way that things come up to be modified. Otherwise, it's difficult, okay? And again, I'm talking as dean and vice president of health sciences in Mexico, okay? That it's equivalent more or less to what is happening here in Africa, okay? So that's my experience.
Hi, I'm Madalena Patricio, and I just can reinforce what Professor Ricardo said. This is so important what he said. And also, he talks about Professor Harden, and Professor Harden also said something that, as we are discussing curriculum, is so important. He said already a long time ago, there is no such thing as curriculum change. There are teachers change. And I think sometime we have a discussion on how to change, how to move, but if we invest in teachers change and development, the curriculum will change by itself. If we do it from, as Professor Ricardo was saying, top and areas further. But thank you, you give a wonderful talk, and this is just one more little addition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just maybe we just open it up and get some of the reflections from the team as well, before we can go into a small team of group work. I think the conversation is clear. Could you give that to James? I want him to respond immediately. That there is some interesting dimensions and reflections around the work that has been done. James, I want you to respond to some of the questions, and then I'll add on some reflections. Or would you want me to start?
Well, even though I lead the team, you are more an education than myself. I have a degree in that is connected to health professions education, but by practice, I am a health economist. So let me speak to the things I can speak to, then you speak to those that I can't speak to. So first of all, I want to thank senior colleagues for the very robust reflections and discussions. This is really what we were hoping to get from you, to set the ball rolling on how we can get implementation stimulated. Now, before I attempt to respond, I wanted to share something with you, which is the unintended consequence of work we may do with very well intentioned purposes. In November, when we launched this curricula in South Africa, it was launched, the event was held in Pretoria. It was just towards the end of the G20 meeting in South Africa. So that period, everything was busy, the media was busy. Then there was a news story that says WHO has produced a new curriculum to cut down the duration of medical training and there will be no need for internship. Then we saw the thing, we were alarmed. Then the same journalists go to speak to the South African Medical Association, somebody who was a member of the executive committee of the association, but said he was speaking on his individual capacity. The person said, if WHO remove internship and cut down the training, patient safety will be at risk. Then it becomes a big story. When we try to understand the basis for saying so, we were told that if the curriculum is competency-based, that means right from training they can practice independently. That was the interpretation of the word competency-based education. So one of the lessons we took from it is that when we use even the terminology, we need to go a step further to say what it is for the ordinary person who is not an expert. We thought this thing was going to be among experts understanding it. But now to the public, to the journalists, it meant cutting down on the quality of education. So having said that, I'm really interested in the fact that your reflections is really taking us to the how, mostly the how. So a couple of things. The way we are approaching this, I'm not going to respond one person by one person, I'm just grouping them. The way approaching this is that WHO technically it's not feasible to work directly with each medical school in Africa to transform their curriculum or to get them transformed towards competency-based education. I don't think it is even desirable for WHO to sit from whichever office they are to work directly with each medical school. In addition, WHO has no intention, or it is not even desirable, to have one uniform curriculum for all medical schools and, for that matter, all health professions education. It's not desirable. What we are trying to do is to bring a certain shift, to have curricula that is progressively adaptive to the needs of the health system. And in so doing, we are using agencies of government that has a regulatory responsibility as the agent of stimulating the reform. So our key point of contact for every country will be the council responsible for that occupation. So for doctors, the medical councils, working together with the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Education to ensure that as a country, they have a blueprint. And in the case, we are not even encouraging a prescriptive curriculum from the council, no. We are encouraging a blueprint, what we prefer to use the term national reference curriculum. It can be called anything. That blueprint should guide every school what is the overall thinking in the country, but with flexibility for every school to ensure that it reflects their capacity, their realities, and all of those things. So we are not encouraging a switch in curriculum or the education approaches. We're encouraging a progressive adaptation in a manner that will respond to the health system needs and the population health needs. Obviously, it is inappropriate to teach students, spend 40% of the time to teach students for conditions they will spend less than 5% of their lifetime working on those conditions. That is a mismatch between what the demands of the population is and what they are taught. And this is what we want to change. So we are not saying go and teach this one, but we are saying use your internal processes to progressively adapt to something that is more reflective of the needs of the population. The other one I wanted to also touch on is that as a starting point and to be efficient with the reuse of resources, we are prioritizing occupations that occupy the largest share of the workforce and therefore who tend to touch patients, the majority of the population. So doctors, nurses, pharmacists, those first. And for each occupation, we are starting with the general, then we come to the first level specialization, and if resources allow, we can go into the more super specialization aspect, which at the moment we are not so keen to go into. So for example, we have a prototype curriculum for general surgery. That is the basic specialization to become a surgeon, but not to become one of the subspecialists in surgery. We are not going there yet at this moment. at the moment, like Professor Jim said earlier, some of them we don't even know how many exist, because the way we count the workers today do not get to that level. So until you know what exists and how they are trained, you can't even make an intervention whether to change anything or not. So we are using a progressive approach. Maybe I will take this as a last comment for me, and I would let Champion deal with those that are very specific education things. Is that with the way we see things work in Africa, change is difficult, and it's not only in Africa, it's not only in medicine. Anywhere, change is difficult. And I like that thing the professor said, if all these professors were trained using the old curriculum, why do you want to change? That's very profound. So how we are envisaging this is incremental changes rather than a switch. So none of this curricula is a prescribed curriculum for anyone, but we have experience. In 2016, we did the first batch, the first generation of our prototype curricula for nursing and for eye health only. When we did the assessment 2 years ago, we realized that about 30 countries already are using it in one way or the other. Now, many of those countries, how they use it is an institution wants to update their curriculum. They say, oh, where can we find a benchmark? They go online, they find a WHO or something, so this is the benchmark we are going to use. Then the next institution probably didn't look for a benchmark from WHO. They probably attended a very good school in America or in Europe, an influencer person. They carried that curriculum that they were taught with from America or Europe, say, let's use this as a benchmark. So in the same country, you are seeing very good efforts to improve curriculum, but eventually producing people with varied competencies. So it is this that we want to use this curricula as an entry point to help the councils to improve the comparability, the quality, and then have some common competencies to aim at, not a prescribed curriculum for every school. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. And that was quite I think you covered and tackled all the things. Even if you thought you were not tackling the education ones, you also tackled the education ones. And I think the comments are quite, from the audience, very profound and important to understand that, you know, I like how we're citing Professor Hart, and I wish he was here to hear this. He always is notorious for saying, you know, curriculum change and all of that is nothing without the faculty. So if the faculty are not developed, if they do not know what is going on, you might have beautiful documents. What does the literature call it? A false positive. We label it, we're doing competence-based curriculum. We've been doing it for years. But when we go down to see in practice, nothing has changed. Champion is still teaching the same old slides in the same old way. I still assess in the same way. But you ask me, what am I doing? I'm doing competence-based education because the curriculum outside is written competence-based education. So we cannot divorce the whole process of curriculum and the process about educator development. And I think, James, you mentioned as part of this extended flagship initiative around educator capacity development, which WHO wants to now dovetail with supporting country adaptation of this curriculum, such that we don't only want to, you know, just, yeah, the documents are there, but we want to see that transformation happening, enforced by the regulators, but also in the classroom space. To add on some of the comments that are missing, I think the colleague at the back that was, I think the student was also involved in the review of the curriculum, and the inputs were very interesting and flexible. That the curriculums are actually launched in 2025, so they're available to use, they are online. And then he asked the question, when is this happening in Nigeria? And I officially have not been given the Nigerian hat, so I cannot respond about when it's going to happen in Nigeria. But I'm sure the professors that are in here, like Prof has been leading the work in curriculum development, is something that we'd love to have a conversation about. You know, is it the right time? What is ripe? What is happening? What are the enablers? Where are we with this particular process? So it would be interesting to see how the space in Nigeria would look at it. There was a question about accreditation, quality assurance, and all of that. One of the biggest challenges we faced with accreditation was that a lot of these input type of models that influence the design of the standards created a perpetual situation where people are often looking for, are you accredited or not, without the process of actually understanding, so what next? So it created spaces where, we are worried about, do we have lecture halls, do we have the number of teachers, do we have this, and therefore you are accredited, without the thinking that the process is really more of a quality improvement issue. So that's why I think in that presentation, James was very sensitive to use the word around quality improvement. Because I remember some of us have been in these accreditation panels. You go this year, you comment on the same things. You give the feedback, nothing happens. You come after 5 years, they even have the audacity to call you back. They say, because you were there in the first panel, you need to come for the second panel for this institution. You still meet the same professor, the same documents, nothing has changed. And so the conversation is actually, how do we move that from becoming a ceremonial process that we have to do it, to more of how do we put an account, but where is this, how do we translate? So it's more building into a more quality improvement cycle. So I think that's where he was very careful with the wording. Prof, I think your entry point was also captured in that the point is for the WHO would be more closer to the regulatory authorities than it would be at institution level, with the model assumption that the institutions needs to be regulated by the regulatory authority. And so if the regulatory authority sets up standards, then the institution sort of needs to align to those standards of the regulatory authority, and that's where the curriculum conversation comes in. Just last week, I think we met with some of the regulatory authorities in Pretoria's Potchefstroom, and the argument was around those quality standards and their role in actually supporting this adaptation. Prof, you spoke about buy-in. I can't explain it better than you did. And I think as part of this, next part of our discussion, we wanted to have just maybe some sort of buzz in your groups to have a quick discussion on what would be an enabler, what would work in your context to make this actually work in your space, and what would you perceive as barriers. And I think buy-in is one critical thing. If the educators, if the institutions are not buying in, it becomes another document that stays in the shelf. But how would we enable that to move beyond just being a document? Prof, I see your hand is up. You've been raising it.
Yes, I'm not the prof, but
yes.
I just had it. Yes, just curiosity. When it comes to curriculum revision or curriculum change, what should be the primary motivating factor? Is it changing in healthcare needs or feedback from stakeholders? Or is there some other thing? And when we want to make that decision, where does that evidence come from? How deliberate should we be in collecting that evidence, and what sort of period? Because some of these things, I think they should be a part of change is the most certain thing in life. So what exactly should be our own, what should drive that change or revision? Thank you.
Very nice and complex question, which obviously has a very complex sort of response. And from where I'm sitting, it's often not this one primary indicator that we can then say this drives the curriculum change. Yes, all the indicators you are mentioning, extremely important, from your epidemiology and epidemiological transitions. That becomes part of foundation for the health spaces. Also, what is coming out in terms of evidence, and one of the key issues we are learning a lot from is the learning sciences space, and how technology is also coming into space and transforming how we think, transforming attention span of even the very same people we are dealing with. Also looking at what is coming in as feedback from stakeholders. Someone was mentioning, I think it was a panel in the morning, of a lot of the digital, medical digital technology, where people can now access their own health care, they can measure their own blood pressures, they can diagnose themselves, they come to you, they even tell you that I need this type of drug and I do not need this type of drug. So it actually becomes a very multi-layered and multifactorial type of conversation that influences where we're going. But you mentioned a nice point about to what extent, and I think it's a quality issue that has come in as well, where they talk about even tracers, tracers of the studies, tracers of the very same students that we are producing. How are they performing in the very same context? Are they meeting the very same things that we want them to do? And how do we build that knowledge back into the revisions that we are making in the curriculum? And with the competency conversation, it's often trying to shift that balance to say we don't just sit as professors because of our expertise and we say, according to the literature, this is important, according to the literature, this is important. But what we're thinking about is what's actually happening in the system, and are we able to develop a health workforce that aligns with what the system needs? And I think the conversation now goes into immigration, what do we mean by system, who is in the system, and all of that stuff. But it's a very beautiful reflection. Thank you very much for that. So,
sorry, there are a few questions online. I want to take them now.
Are there questions online?
Yes.
All right. Where are they going to come from? Are they coming on the screen? Are they? Am I going to? Are they going to?
Okay, so, okay, Professor Adeboye online, you can speak. Professor Adeboye online.
Thank you so much. The host was not allowing me to unmute myself before. I really want to appreciate this session. I want to say, as regards the medical education, there might be countries' peculiarities. In Nigeria, for instance, the regulation of undergrad medical education, just like any other education, is by the NUC. However, their practice is by the regulatory body, the MDCN. Of course, the majority, the bulk of their lecturers are members of what we call MDCAN, the Medical and Dental Consultants Association of Nigeria. So they're especially in the clinical sector, right? And of course, this body, the MDCAN, also felt the need to do something about medical education, and they've held series of meeting, workshops, and seminars on medical education. But the point that was made earlier on, buying in is a difficult thing, and that's one area that we should look at. So how to ensure that these bodies that are involved, the stakeholders, are able to buy into it. More so recently in the country, in Nigeria, when I say the country, I refer to Nigeria here. So the CC Mass by the NUC has captured a lot of skills that medical students should acquire, even though that in itself has some pros and cons in the manner, but that is not the discussion. But the fact that countries will be able to, choose the direction of their adaptation, so it's something very good. So I will be interested in having the links to the publication that you mentioned earlier on, and of course, if you will not mind as well, the presentation, the slides, if they can also be shared, that will be lovely. Thank you very much. So that's from me.
All right, thank you very much for that reflection, Prof. And we'll work with the organizing team that the slides and the links and the documents are then shared with everybody. That's fine. I see we have 10 minutes left for our time. Am I correct?
Okay. That's all the questions
That's
online.
all the questions.
Yes.
But we have 10 minutes left for this session. Is this correct? So we just wanted to move to one part of the session. I know there's still a bit more questions that are coming in, and I think we're here until the end of tomorrow and the other day. We can constantly talk about it. You can pull us on the side, and then we can have some chats. We just wanted you, in your groups, the people that you're sitting with, based on this conversation that we've just had and the discussions that we've just had, if you could identify in the next 5 to 10 minutes, what could be this one enabler for the adaptation of this curriculum in your country? And what could be this one barrier for the adaptation of this curriculum in your country? Just to quickly sit in your groups and have this quick chat just for 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll just pick some random feedback just for us to get the thinking. Where are we? What is an enabler? What do you think would be the barrier to do that? So we have just 5 minutes. You have, you may start. Sir? So we need the mic now. Are you going to help us? Perfect. All right. Thank you so much for the... Hello? Yeah, it seems the discussions have been very, not only controversial, but exciting. So, in this session, these few minutes are now coming between you and lunch, just as a disclaimer. So we just wanted to get some bit of feedback from the groups. What came into your mind? What was the bigger issues that came through, particularly what is the enabler? Just one, and what do you think would be the barrier from your discussions? Any group that wants to start, you are welcome to get one person to reflect your thinking. Yes, go ahead. There.
We think the major barrier to adoption or adaptation of this curriculum has to do with the regulators and policymakers. The regulators, as for like for medicine now, talk about the MDCN, Nigerian Medical and Dental Council, and the NUC because they work together. They are not here in this meeting. I'm coming, sir. That's enabler. I'm coming to the so the policy, those are the, I'm talking about regulators. The policymakers are the minister, and I want to say that we are grateful that our representative of the minister is here. So I'm sure he will be able to take the message back home. So that's a great one. So I think when we have meetings like this, the people that matter, I mean, they all matter, but those people that will be able to help us to adopt these things, the councils, I mean, the regulators must be invited, and we should ensure that they are here in our midst. So that's a major thing. And but fortunately, we have the minister representative as I said, and so that gives us a thumb up, and we know this will be helpful to us. The enabler, I think the major enabler for this will be a communique at the end of this meeting. If we release a communique, I'm sure the government, the ministry, and people that matter, even those that are not here, will be able to know our thoughts, and they'll be able to see how to key into it. So that's what we thought on this table.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I think it's a very good and valid point, how these discussions should not happen outside or separated from regulators. Regulators need to be part of the process. And how we even started the thinking from this, we had regulators from the development. I think Professor Jolo Kulo, who's the president of the Association of Medical Councils in Africa, also supported with his team from the curriculum development process through the issues of the standard. So we've really built in this thing to say, this is what's going on, and they're part of it. But like you're saying, perhaps nationally, as we might have maybe in-depthly thought about it, that we needed to have the regulators. But I like how you're then bringing a solution. Let's then craft the AMSA communique to say, this is what happened, and these are the outcomes, and we want to see this happening, bringing our regulators on board. Thank you very much, Ma, for that contribution. Please give them a round of applause. Okay, any group that's here? The spirit is here? Okay.
Thank you. I think for our group, one of the first things we identified as an enabler is actually a cultural change within the organization. And this cultural change will be driven by other things within the society that particular organization is in. Either increase in maternal mortality or unsafe clinical practices will then create a cultural driver for change. And that change should be bottom up. It should come within the faculty. The faculty will identify the change, initiate the processes that will create the change, and this will be an enabler for adoption. Blockers, we think, is when it is top down, and at the moment, those blockers would include frameworks that have not taken into consideration existing practices. And hopefully, if those practices are then aligned with what is needed, then blockage might be put in place. Otherwise, the other issues that were mentioned, we have already looked into, the organizational bits and what have you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. And I think this is well noted about the culture of change. And I mean, I'm sure you're aware of these writers that even talk not only about institutional culture, but also the national culture, about where that is in terms of its transition. How do they even perceive student-centered learning? Does it fit within the tenets of competence base? And how do they interpret it? So that becomes quite important. And I like your conversation about the blocker coming in from the point of getting the faculty involved, getting more global, more tried and tested. And an approach, I think Prof mentioned it somewhere, that the thinking should always be about how do we make your current work easier and better, and how do we support you to do your work, as opposed to us telling you what you're doing is very wrong, this needs to be thrown away, this is the new way of doing things. And as champion, I'll put my heels on the sand and I'm not going to do anything, and there's nothing you can do about it. So how do we transform that culture to be a culture of support and move it into an enabling space? So thank you very much for that reflection, and that's been captured. Oh, the next group is here. Then the spirit will go to you.
Thank you so much. So we have very experienced educators and deans of medical schools. So I think the main thing is, again, is bottom up, and really trying to identify what are the population health demands. Because there's changing epidemiology, there's new health threats, and sometimes when we teach on our day-to-day teaching practice, we just go by systems without linking it to the population health demands, like what is and outcomes. So we often don't teach the students or residents what are the outcomes of our patients, instead of just like diagnosing and treating right away. And so, like for example, from the experience at the University of Khartoum, they wanted to do professionalism, so it had to. They wanted to add that into the curriculum. So they chose some of the faculty who went and did research and came up with a blueprint for the others. And so the faculty, when they drove they were able to put it in. Then that's sort of like an enabler, faculty involvement, faculty driving. With the students, of course, sometimes they're more aware of what's happening on the ground. And but the next step, which is the barrier, is like the competency-based medical education, process it itself. Like how to change to direct observation. What are the tenets of, and of course there are issues like, should Africa have entrustable APAs? These are sometimes very demanding, but sometimes we have ways of engagement with the community that we don't have in high-income countries, so we can capitalize on that. So really the next step is faculty development to make sure that CBME capitalizes on ways of assessment that are already available to us in Africa.
Absolutely. I love how this is dovetailing exactly with what they are talking about. And these are two separate groups, but your thinking are like, and definitely the story about bottom-up and how this gets to be integrated. And I think some of the work we've tried to do was build in from that integration ladder. I think it's almost 20 or 30 years old, to look at where exactly can we foreseeably see integration practically within the African space without also doing too much of a divergent from what's already happening. So how do we take advantage of what's going on, but also support the development in that space? And at country level, then these nuances become more expanded in that space, that we would love a bit more stronger integration. Maybe the modules do not have to look like this. We might need to change them because our focus is this, in as much as the outcomes are more or less the same. And I love the story about faculty development. So one of the key tenets on the curriculum, the programmatic assessment, we had colleagues from Southeast Asia that had to give a nice report about how they failed dismally with programmatic assessment because of the
level of resource intensity that it was actually needing. Because some of the evidence we're getting from programmatic assessment, high income countries in the north, and there's a postgraduate program and there are only 20 students. And then comes Champion who's sitting with 3,000 students, and I'm talking about multiple data points. You know, how do you actually operationalize that in Africa to make it work compared to, you know, one professor with 2 students? You know, so how do we make those practicalities happen, but still keep the principles in place, that we can still monitor what they're doing, we can still support the feedback, but in a way that aligns with the resources that we have and what we actually have in ground. So I think that's a nice conversation actually at country level to say what actually happens in country and what does this curricula look like in our country. So thank you for that reflection. Thank you, profs. Please give them a round of applause. The spirit is gone to that side.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Isho Musab, and I'm a medical student from the University of Ilorin, Kwara State, Nigeria. So one of the things that we talked about in our group, for example, for enablers, we talked about they should be meeting for stakeholders, and necessarily not just policymakers. In this case, the lecturers, the teachers, who would be the ones teaching the students in class. And there needs to be an evidence-based reason, because like someone said, if something has been working consistently for the past 40 years, then there might necessarily be no reason for them to change it if it's still going to work. But if there's evidence-based something to back it up, that, okay, this is why we want to go with the new curriculum, and then that might necessarily enable them to actually adopt the new curriculum. And another thing that we talked about, as in terms of transitioning from one curriculum to another, it's something that needs to happen over time, and not necessarily it needs to be spontaneous. Because, for example, the new curriculum that has been introduced in Nigeria, which is a CCMAS, which is completely different from what was happening before in medical school. It is more or less like it's happening very, very fast, and a lot of lecturers, a lot of deans, and they complain that they don't even necessarily understand the new curriculum, so it's not easy for them to implement it as it should be. So if the curriculum was something that was happening over time, it was a gradual thing, then it might necessarily be better than what was already existing. And the curriculum should, if there's going to be a reform for curriculum, it should necessarily be able to incorporate the things that are happening in the environment, because the world is changing and medicine should not also remain static. But if we still just change the curriculum, okay, we just change how we're teaching it, we're not necessarily changing what we are teaching, it means at the end of the day, we are still going to produce the same doctors that have been producing in the past years, and they're not going to be able to adapt to the new environment. So all of these things should also be incorporated when making reforms for curriculum. Thank you.
Wonderful. This is wonderful. Thank you very much. And I think what you're highlighting links to the speakers in this particular team around embedding change management as part of the process, that it's not just throwing in a document and say, this is the document, you're going to do it. But it's about how do we get buy-in? How do we get critical mass that understands the rationale for the change? And what sort of change processes should happen that, again, aligned with the culture, that are aligned with the national processes, to make sure that people don't feel alienated with what they're teaching. And I must say, I mean, with the experience that we are seeing here, the moment you try to change things drastically, the professor says, sorry, I'm not going to do it. And then suddenly it falls flat on his face. But then how do we build that argument that, Prof, we're also not just changing the content. We're changing the outcome. We're changing how we assess. We're changing how we facilitate the education. And Prof still feels comfortable in supporting that process. One of the key things that I think we're going to pick up as part of WHO's work moving forward is to think about support for the very same educators that do this curricula, in the sense that most of the times, just because I'm a great surgeon, I'm actually supposed to be a great teacher. That's how it works, right? I've got these massive qualifications, I've got these global accolades because I can really cut out the breast, and then suddenly I've got a bunch of students and I know what I'm doing, which is obviously not true. But again, you know, Champion has pride. I'll never say that I don't know what I'm doing. I'll just do it. And I'll use it the very same way that my teacher taught me. So the way my teacher used to shout at me, I'll also just shout at you, because that's how I learned. While the processes have changed, there's things that have happened, and I might need that professional development
not only to understand educational processes, but also to link with the curriculum change. So again, these are bigger implementation issues that would need to come at country level on how we adapt and think about this curriculum change. So thank you very much to your team, and please give them a round of applause. Any other team that has not submitted, that still wants to submit, that is burning? We should round up. Okay. So with that, I see Prof's hand. Can I allow Prof, please? His hand is up and he's him.
Thank you very much. This has been very inspiring. I purposely did not join any group because I didn't want to impose my opinions. See, I was taught years ago by my professor that ideas are not difficult to come by. Okay? But every good idea, 80% of it is the implementation. Come up with an idea, how do you implement it? Society has to be dynamic, and society changes so often. Curriculum, therefore, can never be static. Curriculum must reflect the dynamism of society. The problem is this, particularly in developing world. The policy level never changes. The policy level is static. So when you are coming up with all these ideas to make changes, that policy level that is supposed to help implement the change is static. So it's a culture that has to be revolutionized, has to be revamped completely. And I don't know how to do it. First of all, I don't have the political will, and I don't know anybody who has the political will to make those changes at every level of society. You see, as you clearly stated, people think that when you have all these degrees, because you have all those degrees, you can be director. Director requires administrative skills. Nobody taught me administrative skills when I was dissecting cadaver. You see, nobody taught me that. So we must also have entities in place to train people for specific jobs. Okay? And this is a complex story, and I'm glad that WHO is taking it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. May I request you all to please stand? For the excellent discussions and the debates and the engagement with the work, please give yourselves a loud round of applause. It's not loud enough. It's not loud enough. It's not. Oh,
I think it's implemented all the implements of active learning.
Thank you very much. With that, I hand over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. We can have our seats briefly, please. Please have your seats briefly. I just want to make 2 announcements, and then we're off. The first announcement is regarding lunch, because lunch is served. But I've been asked to announce that we should please allow our international guests to be served first, and then we'll serve those that have the tickets. And then if you don't have a ticket, you can come after that group. So in that order, please. Then the second announcement is that still some people have not registered. Registration is a daily process. So if you have not registered for today, after lunch, quickly get to the registration desk and do your registration. So thank you very much again for that session. And we can go for lunch now. Thank you.
generations and to say we want to make it a better place for our children, so that they know it's a better world for them. I think they can make it a better place.
There's a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. A place much brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. There's no hurt or sorrow. There are ways to get there if you care enough.
Okay. Sorry, can I have your attention, please? The music a bit down. Just to announce that in the session in the afternoon, after lunch, the session on Meet the Experts, the title of that session will be changed a bit, or so the title now will be Medical Education in Conflict Zones. So those that are interested will come for that discussion. But we can proceed for lunch now, please. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Ladies and gentlemen, we know you've had a nice time. Please, can we go for lunch because we have a shortened lunch break. The next sessions are virtual, and we are having resource persons from Chicago and I think somewhere else. So their time zones won't allow them to have an extension. I suggest that you pick your lunch and go to the room where you like to continue your session. We will allow you to eat in the rooms. That's why we have these round tables. Thank you very much.
begun.
This DJ is on fire. My guy, I don't smoke claro. 4 bars, 1 switch, don't go yaro. Claro, salo, o ṣe fẹnu ṣígò. Ìwọ lórí bí Montaro, show my love, mommy. Ó ti pẹ́ tí mo ti ń jẹ mẹ́dò. Dúró tán bí Galado, àbí Maybach. Jọ̀wọ́ má lọ bí sínú S-class. Ask me I did, I don't I own my life, I got money on my mind. Expensive smile, in the dark it dey shine. Me right now, but I'm more kind of. Money God level, yeah. Boss level, yeah. Many wanna see me fall, I stay elevate. Energy day, deliberate. Only la wa call the back bucket day. Some of them no feel relate though, because my glory carry weight though. You will support, I appreciate though. Una own no go spoil by his grace so, grace so. Goodbye, you don't go. Mr. Money worldwide, you don't go. Goodbye, you don't go. Mr. Money worldwide, you don't go. Enemies, plenty enemies. Don't wanna show me love, I got them enemies. Say Mr. Money when they feel me shelling me. I want to potential, yeah, hello me. But I work for the shit, you can say it. Oh my God, I'm paid it. My jelly, we are going to move. My niggas in the Bentley, jelly. I want to need paying. What's it called? I'm money, they necessary. One care, I take care of me. Do the TT, I'm much in my family.
Yo, DJ. Are you done mixing yet? Your DJ has
Say someone take me come on leg. I'ma show you good day, no complaint. I'ma go good day, also go shopping. I'ma not DJ tombstone they flow. I'm in the mood. I'ma get feeling the glow. It do marry no one like you. Baba Jadi, Baba Shade Leo.
I'm in the mood. So talk to you, waiting the worry you. Now me and you. Today not today, when you go know me, yeah. Come on, Nibulo Tunda, Jose perfume, Kalo no finda. Cash kini ye carry no fila. Nigga too slowly, the Bugajo Goloba. Come on, Nibulo Tunda, Jose perfume, Kalo no finda. Cash kini ye carry no fila. We the cruise ninu, Patrick Ajo Magbadu. I'm a giant, I'm a giant. You wanna, I'm a giant. I'm a giant. DJ tunes, no the doctor. I'm a giant.
I'm a giant. Don't stop, I'm a giant, don't stop.
Naturally sexy. Your Majesty. Cause I live what's it to you? You fine like that, you know what I mean? You fine like that, you fine like that. Oh yeah, you fine like that. Bounce, you fine like that. Dance, you fine. African baby, you fine like that. I'm a jagged bounce, you fine like that.
wish I met you sooner. I feel no day with Muna. I wish I met you before my heart go confirm. Girl, I wish I met you really. You get body like allergy. I for the day for your cover. Show my family, show my laptop. Think back me wa, show my kako. Show my money problem, pelu boys. Tabaja kapada, masalo Canada. If I travel today, give my pile la baba. I'm a man, I'm a brother man. Only any problem. Baby show up, show me the meeting call. Mula yellow majeku, iru ele yo money problem. Melanin, popping, baby ni show the bar. Baby such a give you fita. Only do ni girl, oh yeah. Show me capital business. Show me character dickiness. Can you wake up around 4:30 to make breakfast for me? Go back and let you gimme. Gimme, come up from me chicky. Gimme, come up from me chicky. Oh, long time ago, I said no, can let you make me conform. We are okay, more corner. Now on to up, now on run up. Oh yeah, very gentle girl. I'll pick you up, don't you pick it girl. Mama say I don't fall in love. And my papa say I'm a child. Baby show up, show me the meeting call. Mula yellow majeku, iru ele yo money problem. Melanin, popping.
Make we ginger. Go follow your lead, you be leader. Any kill it, that is something we get down. But your own is bigger. Ginger, make we ginger. Go follow your lead, you be leader. Any kill it, that is something we get down. But your own is bigger. Make a put up for your body, baby. No be poison. Anytime when you call, baby. Go they call, do the rap you like.
my eyes off of you, especially your bite and move. The way you hold that thing, you wanna hold that thing, baby. Let me take a look. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong, but since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I? What if I? What if I? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I? What if I? Oh la la la. What if I do? Listen to me quick, so me girlfriend says she wants me back home by 2. What will I do? So me tell her say my car broke down, not my 2. Girl, I won't be home so soon. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong, but since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I? What if I? What if I? What if I do?
Lord. Epokolo many kilometers. Ẹ̀sọ́ fáwọn ọ̀tá mi pé mo ṣìránù pa. All day, now you dey for my side. Calling me for my headline. She be room me must style. Cannot talk say I ain't try. Only day for my side. Calling me for my headline. She be room me must style. Cannot talk say I ain't try. So make I no talk about all the facility. Because you know say I been to be out of stability. The bally power no big. We no money na the artillery. I'm the artillery for days. So you tell you shame me. I just took a shot of whiskey. It's on the nature. You know you're quite magic. You know you're quite magic. So you tell you shame me. I just took a shot of whiskey. It's on the nature. You know you're
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you had a great
Recording in progress.
experience. We're going straight to plenary 7, and we'll be taking the title, The Role of Artificial Intelligence. Join me to welcome Professor Ham Peters to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is yours. Okay. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for coming and finishing your lunch. I've been asked to give a presentation or give an idea what my thoughts are about artificial intelligence and the future of medical education. And I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to be here. And I've been here now for a week, and it's one of the most wonderful times I had so far in my life. Can we have a look at the presentation? This is me. The presentation is on its way. We checked it. It's there. It's there? Huh? Give it a time. That's fine. No problems. Wonderful. Okay. Colleagues, please come with me and come on a journey. And it's also a little bit a personal story. I am Harm Peters. I'm the president of the Association of Medical Schools in Europe. I'm from Berlin. At Berlin, I'm working at the Charité, and I'm a nephrologist at the Charité, and I'm a professor for medical education. And because this topic has a connection to Berlin, I called it What the Future of Flight Can Tell Us in Africa and Europe About the Future of AI in Medical Education. You may be wondering what this is about, and it's about a person who is called Otto, very typical German name, Lilienthal, Tales of Lilies, and please have a look. When we, give me a second here. Much better. So, what is this about? In this talk, I will not talk about what AI can do. It is about what we can do with AI to make it a better future. The background is that in Europe and in Africa and Europe, of course, we have differences in our context. These are geographics, these are histories, these are resources, but we are under the same pressures. And these pressures are, of course, particularly the healthcare workforce and the need for education. And one common question we all now have is, what and how will AI shape the future of medical education? With that, I put this a little bit more in context, because if you look at Europe and Africa, just by the headlines, you may think that's very distinct, but this is not the case. Actually, we have more things in similar than we really think of. And both regions are entering an era of strain, scarcity, and redesign. What do I mean by this? This is the shortage in work health force. This is uneven geographic distributions. We have that in Europe as well. And we have a rising disease burden. We have pressures to train more and train better. And we have to see how can we tune in digital solutions, artificial intelligence solutions. Okay, now to the picture and the idea I want to introduce you to, and who is Otto Lilienthal. You know, I'm living in Berlin, in a part of the city which is called Lichterfelde, and about 130 years ago, there was Otto Lilienthal. He was jumping off a hill with this glider, Why I'm using this picture? Because Otto Lilienthal, he did not invent aviation as we know it, but he made it possible, giving it a starting point. And I'm using this picture because with AI, we are at the same starting point. And please let me elaborate this a little bit more. Of course, he did this repeatedly, he controlled gliding, he experimented, he crashed, all these things to do, but he proved it is possible. But if you would ask Otto Lilienthal, how would the history or the future of aviation develop, he could not tell and not predict. Because if you look, what's happened is the same invention can lead to very different directions. There is, on the one side, there is, maybe as a picture you can use London Heathrow, which is a symbol for civil transportation. And we are all aware of this benefits, having the possibility to fly around the world and use these flying machines. And airports have become an area of prosperity. But it has a dark side. It has a dark side which is just on the other side. You are all aware about the military flight aviation actions, and this is destruction. And of course, you can refer this to Hiroshima. The bomb was dropped by an airplane. But nowadays, even more, for me, a little bit more making me anxious, is this with the drones. And big groups of drones coming around and coming into the room somewhere, finding you and just killing you, the only one in the room. And the drones are everywhere. And we are aware what this means in Ukraine, and it means a lot in Gaza, and it means now a lot, in addition to the rockets, also in the area around Iran and the war there. So, the lessons we learn from this, and I'm coming back to later to artificial intelligence, this is just a picture, the same technology can serve radically different futures. What matters is, at the end, who governs it and for what purposes. What we humans do with it. It's not bad by itself. Okay. To understand how innovations shape how they come about, it is good to look for the driving forces. And the driving forces with aviation, it was not just engineering. It was an important part of it, but the driving forces behind this was ambition, money, war, regulation, and desire. Brief overview, scientific discovery, a starting point, commercial opportunities, human appetite, state power, infrastructure, and regulation. This is important to have in mind when we think about the future of artificial intelligence in medical education. Because we are at the moment in a Lilienthal moment with AI at all, but as particular also with AI in medical education. And we can already glide, but we do not know the airspace we are building and how this will develop. What does it mean? AI is now here, we are gliding, and we cannot ignore it. We have to shape it, because AI is already in learning, it's in clinical work, it's in assessment. And we are still pretending we have time to act, but it's rather time to act soon and now, because otherwise other will shape the future of this. And if we want to shape this, we have to take action. So, I will give you an idea what the impact on education will be. And for this, I'm very convinced that, like many others, AI will transform how we do our medical education. And please have in mind, it does not come as a single event. It will be incremental, step by step by step by step. And there are 4 interconnected domains. The one is knowledge and learning. The next is teaching and faculty roles, assessment and clinical training. And I will elaborate this in greater detail in the next 4 slides. First, AI will change the way students will learn. We as medical school, because it's already happening, we can completely ignore this, but it's happening. We can nothing do about it, and therefore we have to rethink what we are doing. And we are coming, and I see many, many promise in this. This is a good part of the future for us. We are coming from very static curricula, very static, and we are going to adaptive, conversational, always-on learning. This means we will have AI tutors, we will have personalized pacing, we will have instant summarization, instant translation, instant case generations, big variety, and continuous support. Actually, as a student, I would like to learn like this. I have always admired this. This is about the students. Now let's look about us as teachers. It will definitely transform the way we are being teachers for our students. In former times, we have always been used, or our main task was always that we transmit knowledge. With AI, this task is changing because AI is very good in transmitting knowledge. Of course, you have to feed it right, but the transmission of knowledge, which occupies, for example, at the Charité, 90% of the teaching hours, can be handed over to some part to artificial intelligence. For us as teachers, there are many opportunities in that, and we have to take these opportunities. We will have less content delivery. We can much more work on sense making. We can do much more coaching, which is very, very important to me. And of course, we can do much more about judgment and much more about professional identity formations of ourselves and of the students. Therefore, we can go higher in the learning we are providing and less boring task than just knowledge transfer. Okay. Assessment. Oh, assessment is a big challenge because what AI will do, if AI can produce written text and all these outputs we are currently using for assessment, this is something we have to rethink. Of course, we have used these written written products as sign of learning, but it's not a sign of learning anymore, which is okay, but we have to do other things, and with that, we can elevate what we expect from our students. We will not just ask them produce something, we will ask them, please show me that you can do it. Therefore, what is changing? Written tasks are becoming less important. AI can, of course, help with scoring, not alone, but the pre-scoring and the feedback, and validity will become a real battleground. What must replace it? We will much more have oral assessments or oral conversations with our students. We will have much more authentic workplace assessments where it's really about application. And if I may say so, studying undergraduate medical education, it is about application. But we mostly stuck in getting the knowledge. So, and we have to see that competencies assessment becomes more continuous and data-rich, and assessment must test what AI cannot do. Good. Last part, it is the clinical part. This is something we have to really have in mind, because in clinics, the AI is coming in faster and faster, and our students cannot go to a school where they do not learn anything about AI. And then in the clinics, they have to deal with tools which are AI-driven, they cannot manage. Therefore, here in this area, this will be very necessary. What do I mean by this? There is a good chance that we will have AI-assisted diagnosis. Not AI diagnosis, AI-assisted, which is helpful, but needs always human oversight, and you have to learn to deal with that. Then we will have AI-assisted documentation, and as particular as a physician, I would thank God, yes, I would thank God that somebody comes and does my documentation. Yeah, this is wonderful. Okay, then it may help by triage. It does not mean the high-stake triage in an emergency room. It can be very, very simple. Just last week in New England Journal, very simple app. Should I go to the hospital? Should I go to the doctor? And there was a chatbot who gave advice. And the result, this is evidence-based, was that that's a patient who contacted that. They were very satisfied with the results. And it led to much more appropriate referrals to the hospital and much more referrals to outpatient doctors. Therefore, it helps. Yeah, it helps. And the patient itself having this as a starting point. In comparison, I do not feel well, I sit now in the waiting room for the doctor, or I go to the hospital. It's helpful. And of course, it can help us with predictions, and it can help us with clinical judgment. So, and what we will have to do, our students have to be trained to work with AI, and this means critically, which is a challenge, but we can work on that, ethically and effectively. It will become a task. So, now, whenever you have innovation, it is important to ask yourself, who will drive this? Because right now, as you see it, the innovation about AI and medical education is driven by the big companies. We are just consumers, and we have to take this more and more in our hands to have ownership and authorship about that. It's possible. In the early beginning, you have these big, large language models, but the future will be that many schools, they have their own AI systems. They are smaller, not as powerful, but you can drive them by yourself. And that's the goal. What will be the driving forces? It will not be the algorithm or the large language models alone. It's the ecosystem. And ecosystem is a way to look at that because there are many factors playing together. There's the economic pressure, there's workforce shortage, there's data and infrastructure, regulation and governance, and there's commercial power and geopolitics, faculty capability, and institutional leadership. These are just headlines, but if you think in detail about that and about your school and your country, these are the ways to think and to influence the future of medical education and artificial intelligence. So, now where we are. At the moment, Africa and Europe, we are at a very important time where we have to take choices. Go we this way? Are we just go on being users? Or are we taking ownership? And those who want to read what's on the plate, that's North German local language. Nobody can really understand this, don't worry. Okay, what are the questions? What are the backgrounds? The question is, will AI deepen our dependency? At the moment we are in a dependent state, or can we use it to develop faster? You see here some areas which are important: expanding the need for medical education, uneven access to faculty and infrastructure. These are the problems. Enormous potential is in these AI. Serious risk of imported misaligned systems. This has to be considered. And the issue is not adoption, it's about ownership and authorship. To give you a perspective, now I will do with you some look into the future. And you remember with aviation, I had the good side of aviation, I had the dark side of aviation. And we can do this also with artificial intelligence. Although I must confess, nobody can really predict it. This is just a game at the moment, and it should give you the idea that there are choices, and there's many in between, and we can try to drive it in the right direction. Let's have a look into the future 20 years from now. First, 2046. Now imagine the positive future, and we call this the Human Intelligence University. AI makes education more effective, more human, not less. What does it mean in detail? Every learner gets high quality support. Faculty time is freed of mentorship. Assessment becomes more authentic. Clinical training becomes safer and deeper, and improved access without lowering standard. A little bit of heaven, it's possible. That's the one thing how it can develop. The other side looks, what will be the drivers? If we want to drive it in this direction, what do we have to have in mind? Good futures are governed into existence. It needs action from us. And here are many action takers in the room. Therefore, have a close look. We need clear institutional policy and ethical gate rails. We need investment and faculty development. Investment, so where we have to take some money from one place to the other. So, and AI literacy. Assessment has to be redesigned soon, before crisis forces it. Public interest partnerships are necessary, and commitment to inclusion, language diversity, and local relevance. Okay, now to the other picture, 20 years from now. Let's have a look, now imagine the negative future. And you could call this the automated diploma mill. AI has hollowed out expertise, trust, and professionalism. And what's in there? Students are outsourcing their thinking. They are just putting everything into a large language model and giving you the products. The faculty becomes editors of machine curricula. Institutions have outsourced their judgment. Global platform monopolies. We are in a serious risk for global platform monopolies. Please have in mind that the big AI machines, they are only few, and they're in a very few hands. And if they play it out, they can really have a big impact. They can define what's the knowledge. They can define the language and standards just in their system. Yeah, and assessment, which is an important part of us, becomes a theater. Students producing us something with AI, handing it over to us. We as teachers, we are busy. We are giving it back to AI to assess it and rate it. And then the circle goes on, and later on the students say, could you not just do it without us, because AI is addressing this in a circle? Can be. So that's the negative future. What are the driving forces for the negative scenarios? What does it mean? The danger is not intelligence. The danger is surrender, not to react. And the key themes are procurement before pedagogy, convenience before validity, automation before accountability, scale before equity, and market logic before professional values. Each of these drivers represents a choice in both directions. And if you want to have an influence that, and you are stakeholders in this, then please prioritize what's necessary to drive it into a good direction. It will never be completely black and white. There will be many, many steps in between, but let's shift it to the good side. Okay, now coming to the end. What African and European medical schools should do now? First of all, not admire AI, govern it. Try to get control over it. What does it mean? Define core AI competencies for every graduate. Redesign your assessment system for authenticity and performance. Actually, I like that because we are very far away with that. Brings us to a higher level. Invest in faculty development at scale. Build governance structures for data, procurement, and bias. And collaborate across schools, across countries to reduce dependency. So, coming to my last slide. The future is always uncertain. We never know what's happened tomorrow. Maybe today we talk a lot about the future of medical education, and maybe tomorrow another crisis comes up and completely different topics play a role, and we cannot think about this anymore. I used Otto Lilienthal as a picture that innovations have a very far reach. Technology is the one thing. What humans make out of it is the most important thing. And he could not choose the future of flight, but where we are now, with our knowledge, we have the opportunity to influence the future of medical education. What does it mean? A few final thoughts. The future is not a forecast, like the weather. You just hear what the weather tomorrow will be. You cannot change the weather. Future is governed. And these are choices by institutions, educators, and policymakers, and the actions they take today. The next is AI can deepen our learning. It can be really beneficial, but it can also de-skill us. The same technology serves radically different depending on how we govern it. And it can widen equity, but it can also increase dependency. And the most important variable for us today now is, what are we doing next to drive it in a good direction? Together, across Africa and Europe, we both have the responsibility and the capacity to choose well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ham, for the presentation. So we'll take comments and questions. Okay, number 1, 2. All right. Okay, so I'll just start from here and come back.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting talk. I have 2 questions. One of them is legal issues, litigations. If we use AI to diagnose and mistakes are made, who is responsible? Is it us or AI? This is my first question. Now,
yeah.
My second question is, I don't pretend to very much understand how AI works. I think very few people do know. Right. If AI is still controlled by human intelligence, is there a room for abuse? That person who controls AI would design AI for abuse, for example, of medical knowledge. You know, terrorists, they're not happy about things. Or alternatively, if AI is totally out of control of human brain, of human intelligence, is it possible that AI would take control of us one day and abuse us? Is that something to be frightened of? Thank you very much.
Okay, to the first question, who is responsible if AI makes a diagnosis, and maybe right or wrong? I would say we have had now for a long time our colleague Dr. Google or Professor Google, and we are used to that Dr. Google and Professor Google comes up with a diagnosis. But that's the diagnosis. The diagnosis we make as a doctor, they can be supported by that. As soon as we are involved, it's our final decision, it's our final diagnosis. It is similar, if you have a medical student, you send it to a patient, please do your first investigation and come up with an idea what the patient has. Then you go there, have a second look, you confirm or you disconfirm. That's the first part. The second part is very interesting. There's a lot of bias going on with artificial intelligence. And we are at the moment not aware about this bias. Just a little brief comment. This morning, Maddalena Praticchio said, AI is inevitable. It's just there. Yeah? Inevitable? Yeah? What? Yeah, right, there. This is a quote directly coming from artificial intelligence. It puts it in almost every quote it makes about itself. If we would do this, we would have here conflict of interest. If Harm Peter says he's the greatest and he is inevitable, then everybody would say, come on, that's Harm, let him talk. But AI is placing this. And AI has a big impact on how we think and what we think, and we are not aware of that. This is just one comment. There's a big field, and this is also turning to the need that we have to have these companies under social control, not individual control. The final part is you were turning to a very dark part on opportunities for AI. We don't know yet because we are not part of the conversation. Just to give you some background, you know that the US at the moment is on war. And of course, they are working closely together with OpenAI. They are working together with Grok. The only company who said, we will not do this is Anthropic. And therefore, the American government said, we are working with the other companies, but Anthropic, for the whole government, nobody is allowed to use it anymore. Therefore, there are things going on we are not aware of. And just a little thing about this Gemini from Google. Gemini 3, if you just listen to what it's saying, 2 was always very neutral in the comments. In Gemini 3, there was a lot of war vocabulary. This is the forefront, this is the battleground, which we are not in before. I don't know where this comes from. Therefore, there's many things going on we are not aware of.
Thank you, sir. The most frightening statement you made is that AI hollows out expertise, it hollows out trust, it hollows out professionalism. Those 3 things. I don't care about the expertise. There are too many people claiming to be experts anyway. But trust and professionalism, that's scary. How do we mitigate against that?
It is, we don't know in what side this thing is flipping. You can use it in one way or the other. There is some ground for these things, but we have to work on this. And at the moment, how can I say? We need more experience using AI in what we are doing. And as a researcher, I would always say, come on, let's look for the evidence. I'm saying this because I'm a big fan of evidence-based medical education, which means if somebody has a good idea, which is very convincing, AI is a very good idea maybe, I say, please show me the trial and the data. And these studies are slowly coming out because they are influenced by humans, by context and so on. And if an instrument from AI is really good or is helpful in medical education or medical practice, then I would like to see that there was done a study which is transparent and the benefit is really there. Nothing comes without side effects in medicine. That's also the case. Any drug, any procedure you're doing has side effects, despite you are doing the right thing.
Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation. Please, I wanted to ask your thoughts about the possibility of perhaps all of us in this room one day losing our job to AI. Because I'm aware that China has developed some health kiosks now that runs on AI doctors, that a patient can just go there, type in their symptoms, put their palms on a scanner, the machine does runs some diagnostics and then can give diagnosis, and possibly the patient can just go from there. Though even though they put a state that, okay, doctor still has to review the diagnosis, but the process is that, okay, a patient can then go from there, get a prescription, maybe print out a prescription from the machine, and then go to a pharmacy, get the drugs. Is it possible that one day the AI can just take over the whole process? Clerks the patient, examines, and then prescribes, and then without human involvement? Thank you, sir.
2 thoughts on this. Let's have a positive look first. At the Charité in Germany, we have a shortage in healthcare workforce by 30% in the next 10 years because they are all getting older than 65. They go on pension and so on. Therefore, we have a high need that those who are there can act much more effectively. And in this case, artificial intelligence is one way to increase their working capacity. That's a positive look at that. The other thing you were talking about, we have to see how this plays out. But to give you just one idea, and this goes back to the big elephants in AI, they are currently working on combining AI with robots. That's the main goal, what they are up to. And these robot hospitals and AI hospitals, they may be their market strategy to take over. We don't know. I cannot tell.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your nice lecture. Like it's been told earlier on, AI is inevitable. It's difficult to say we're not going that direction. But I just want us to have this in mind that, like you rightly mentioned in your lecture, we need to, especially in medical education, institutions really have to have a policy, and then guideline. How much of AI is needed in whatever you are doing must be determined by each institution before whatever we are doing should be acceptable. Finally, somebody said maybe AI eventually will take over. It's a fear that we cannot waive, because right now they are not yet self-aware. But by the time they get self-aware, they can actually challenge you. Thank you.
This is part of taking the AI in our own hands. It needs faculty development. It needs local university-hosted large language models where we are in charge of the data and the infrastructure. This is what we have, what we need to provide for our teachers and students. If we don't do that, they have to go to the big companies. Yeah, this is our responsibility. The next thing is we really have to change our assessment system. And I must say this from a Charité perspective. We have a very convenient assessment system where the students only do multiple choice questions. They have some written text exam, and everybody is fine with it. Now we say we have to change this to other ways. Then our teachers say, we don't have time for that. How can we do this? This is much more time investment. But we have to, and the assessment will come better than multiple choice questions. These are my thoughts on this, yeah?
Thank you very much, sir. Another round of applause for Professor Hams. Thank you so much. We had so many other questions, but we couldn't take them because we have to move to the next session. Professor Hams, I've promised the students that I'll share your email because they want to ask questions from you directly. Okay. So we're going straight to the panel discussion now. So the panel discussion is quality assurance in medical education. Quality assurance in medical education. So I'll just quickly invite the members of the panel and the moderator. Our moderator for this session is Professor Fasamade. Please, your hands together for him, please. You're welcome, sir. I'll invite the members. All right, so the other members of the panel, first person is Professor Fatima Kiari. She's the leader of the MDCN in Nigeria. She's joining us online. You can put your hands together to welcome her, please. The second person is Divine Banyu Bala from AMQA. I'm not sure if she's here currently. Online. Okay, she's joining us online too. Please put your hands together for her. Now the next person is James Arigi from ACGME International. Is online? Okay, 3 of them online. Okay, so 3 people online. Well, we have at least 2 people here that are with us. So let me invite Professor Kwaku. AMSA, you are part of this panel. Yes? Kwaku? He's here with us. Put your hands together for him, please. Okay. Then I want to find out if Mrs. Ikefuna is here with us. She's not. So, all right. So I've been empowered to also invite Professor Demola Oremosu as a member of this panel. Please invite him to talk.
Okay, so we have three people online, and we have 2 people physically present. And as somebody jokingly said, he said that it is a 3-eye panel. So, and the topic is quality assurance in medical education. And we have the 3 people. So what I will do is that I will call each of them and then get them to speak to us for maybe just 10 minutes each. That will take us how many minutes now? 10 minutes times 5 people, 50 minutes. So maybe we do 8 minutes each, and then at the end, we'll try and round up for 10 minutes. So I think, should we start with those who are online, or we should start with those who are here? Voice votes, online first or physically present first? The AI people. Okay, so Dr. Fatima Kiari, can you hear? Can you hear
Hello,
us?
everyone. Good afternoon. I am here. Yes.
Good. So thank you very much for joining us. So, and I'm sure you have been briefed about the topic. We don't have too much time because there are about 5 of us, and then we are going to have a panel discussion, and then I'll also give a summary. So we'll be starting with you, Ma, with your position in Abuja in the MDCN. We want to hear from you what you have done to ensure that medical education remains top flight in Nigeria, to make sure that we can evolve with the evolving method of training specialists, accrediting them, and ensuring that they are present and future ready. So I'm sure you have something prepared, and also something that you want to tell us about what you have been doing there in the MDC, and we commend all the work you are doing. So over to you, Ma.
Okay, unfortunately, well, I don't have a prepared slide, but because I thought it was a panel, but I have, yes, I can tell you a little bit of what we're working on. Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel, which looks very important, and happy to join other members of the panel to have this discussion, which is really very key to what we're doing. And we have always said that it's a struggle to ensure that we have quality assurance, because a lot of the regulatory work that we do is seen as either too high-handed or bypassable. But we try as much as possible to hold the bull by its horns so that we maintain this quality assurance, which you all expect us to do. So quality assurance in medical education is actually one of our thematic areas, even currently, and also in the school's expansion program that we are doing. It comes very relevant in curriculum delivery, and we look at feedback mechanisms, which we're going to incorporate at the level of medical education in undergraduate studies. So there are 2 things we're looking at: continuous multi-layered, standard-based inputs and processes. So we have standards of accreditation frameworks, which most of you that work with NDCN or work as associates of NDCN know. And that is the Red Book. We have a Red Book which has clear national standards. And that Red Book defines faculty members and qualifications, student-teacher ratios, the kind of infrastructure we have, including labs, and then the clinical training sites in terms of, teaching hospitals. And in our expansion program, we know that we're also going to ensure that these capacity benchmarks are identified and adhered to. So we do not expect a school to increase their numbers without ensuring that these accreditation frameworks are utilized and appropriate. Then we also have quality alignment and alignment of the curriculum. And the curriculum, we have the core curriculum at the NUC, and we also have alignment of the curriculum with the NDCN. And this ensures that what is taught is relevant and delivered properly. And we are looking towards reviewing the curriculum, not in terms of changing it, but in terms of ensuring that it's competency-based to align to our health priorities, the national health priorities in terms of expansion. And we have a strategic training reform initiative advisory panel that are working on this. And we have learning objectives, teaching assessment, the flow, the usual flow. And then we want to incorporate periods of curriculum review. So we're going to be shifting from content heavy to competency driven training, and which is already taking place, but we want to institutionalize that and make it more structured. Then the next thing we're also looking at is the faculty, teaching faculty, and how we determine what the faculty development programs, which are already ongoing in some, institutions. We have a few of them. I saw that some trainings have also been done here, but we want to ensure that it's mandatory. We start with the provosts and the deans of College of Health Sciences, and then we cascade it down to teachers. But most teachers now are not really up to date with their pedagogy and assessment methods, and we would like to have that. So that is one way we are going to work on at MDCN. Then for assessment and examinations, what we already do is that we have standardized assessments, and there's a system of external examiners for objectivity, and then they also they check and moderate the exam questions and results. And the assessments must test competence and not just memorization. We follow the assessments rules and conditions and how to go about it. What we want to introduce that we don't currently do now is the student feedback mechanisms. So there are two critical points, because we are looking at extension. In 2023, our intake is about a little over 5,000. And in 2026, now that I'm talking to you, we're reaching about 10,000 intake per year. And that's a large increase, almost double. And we feel that structured mandatory feedback is very necessary, and we're going to incorporate that at the preclinical phase, and then just after their exams, and then at the exit phase to start with. So if we can get 2 touch points to start with, and it will help us with preparing and getting feedback mechanisms to update our standards. Then we have clinical training quality assurance mechanisms, which is during accreditation, we look at the clinical training sites for accreditation with minimum standards. And minimum exposure to work, supervision ratios, which is consultant to student ratio or teacher to student ratio, and then the rotation quality, and what are the diverse clinical exposure that they see. So the number of patients that walk into that hospital, the type of patients that they see, and the consultants that train them. So these are some of the things that are ongoing and some of the things that are, prospective. Then another prospective thing is the graduate outcomes tracking. So we do index students right now at 200 level. We index students so that we can track them until graduation. But the tracking is not really systematic. It's just to see that they were students before we don't get surprises at the end of, a training period. But what we want to do now is we would like to also track them even after graduation so that we see how they're doing in their foundation year, like during housemanship, and then how they get on to go on to residency training. This is within the mandate of the expansion program. And the expansion program in Nigeria is a deliverable for the Nigeria Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative, because we do know, I'm sure you have discussed, that our population is fast increasing. Our doctors are not, doctor to population ratio is very, very low actually. So we need to continue. I read one time, one of the provosts said that if we continue with the number of doctors we produce now, it will take us 200 years. I mean, not even minding the migration. It will take us 200 years to achieve recommended doctor to patient ratio. So, which means we really have to get up and do something. And one of the things is feeding into the pipeline of production. And that is one of the things that we're looking at. So these are some of the things that we are working on. I don't want to take too much time. I really have loads to say.
Thank
I don't
you
want
very,
to
very
take too
much.
much time, and I'll leave room for discussion.
All right. Thank you very, very much for opening the floor there. And that is Dr. Fatima Kiari talking to us from the MDCN in Abuja. So the next person that will be talking that we have online is, I cannot see Dr. Banyubala. I'm not sure whether he's online. Or is he here? He's not. So we'll go to
I can't see Divine.
Okay, so the next person we'll be talking to or calling is Dr. James Arigi. Dr. James Arigi. So I will be asking you, sir, how you have been coping in your institution and what words of advice you have. Because in the past, we used to have a situation where most countries produce doctors for their local consumption, more or less. But now the borders have been blurred, and in every country. So you find doctors produced in the UK ending up in Canada, doctors produced in Nigeria ending up in the UK, doctors produced, Nigeria sent about 200 medical students to Sudan some years ago to meet local shortages. How can you regulate, or what advice do you have in the area of regulating how doctors are trained, both for local use and for international use, without losing quality? Also in Nigeria, during the Ukraine, at the beginning of the Ukraine-Russia war, many doctors or many young men and women had to relocate from Ukraine back to Nigeria, and there were problems trying to reintegrate them and merge the curricula. So what words do you have for us, Dr. James Arigi? You have 8 minutes, sir.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay? I can see you. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you. Thank you for being with us.
Terrific. And I really appreciate the invitation. I'm speaking to you from the United States. I regret that I wasn't able to be there in person. It's difficult to have a panel Despite all of our technology, it's difficult to have a panel in person, but I'll try my best to contribute some thoughts. I thought initially, you asked a very provocative question. I wanted to preface that by focusing the group a little bit from our perspective. I am with ACGME International, and many of you know ACGME, our parent organization, accredits residencies and fellowships and postgraduate medical education in the United States. So I did want to start, before I get to your question, with just to focus the group to think a little bit about the spectrum of physician professional development. And while many times as educators, we are certainly focused on undergraduate medical education. That's the beginning of the journey of a physician development and a critically important piece of a physician's development. But I do think that the next phase of professional development, which is postgraduate medical education, which can take different forms in different countries. It can involve a period where there's a certain foundational training period, sometimes mandated by the government, sometimes not. And then for certain individuals, specialty education may be the next phase, all within the umbrella of postgraduate medical education. And I'm biased in this regard because this has been the focus of my career, but that phase of medical education is really, I think, one of the most critical pieces when the identity of the physician is formed. And ultimately, the competencies of the physician as it pertains to the next step, which is the ability to practice independently or nearly independently at that stage, when we all agree as professionals that this physician is ready to be let go into the world and treat patients, and then seek opportunities that is aligned with their professional identity, which is a little bit aligned with what your question is, because I think that's an important piece of physician migration is obviously on the individual. It's not just on the regulatory aspects in the government. It's what the individual wants to do in their life, in their career, and how they want to contribute to medicine and society. So, a long preamble to say that the postgraduate medical education period, I think, is critical. Of course, the subsequent phase of continuous professional development is extremely important too. But I wanted to say a few words about that middle piece, because just like in undergraduate medical education, there are the way that quality is assured at any level, really, but I'll say for postgraduate medical education, I want to emphasize that it's a shared responsibility with different stakeholders. The stakeholders may vary by country, but it includes accrediting bodies such as us, but mainly the burden is on the local accreditor, or the country or regional accreditor. There may be a role for a global accreditor like us in some cases, and I think we've proven that as a proof of principle. The faculties of medicine have a responsibility in quality development. Government and government regulators have a stake, and as you get to the specialization phase, the professional societies in each branch of medicine, surgery, etc., have a role. The certification bodies, which vary widely from country to country, all have a role. So the message is that quality improvement at each level, but in postgraduate medical education, is a shared function. It's like an orchestra. It's not just one body that's dictating everything. And sometimes the orchestra doesn't sound very good because there can be discoordination between one body to another, including in the United States and elsewhere in our experience. But shared functionality. So I think that one of the things that will help when you think about where physicians may want to practice and physician mobility at present, it's two sides to that coin. Having a robust, we know from data that having a robust postgraduate medical education structure will increase the likelihood that graduates practice within the region in which they trained. So that's when you're thinking about investing in PGME programs, that's a good thing, right? Because you want to encourage physicians to practice within their area in which they trained. Unless you're an institution that intends to send physicians throughout the world, which is also a good thing. So the other thing that having a robust PGME process does is, I'll say it from a trainee's perspective, it increases that physician's opportunities to explore their professional career, not just in the specialty in which they want to practice, but maybe in the area that they want to practice. And the drivers for why physicians want to move from one place to another, by individuals, people. We're all people. Physicians are still people. We're not AI things yet. So the drivers of movement from one place to another are very complicated and often driven by social factors. But arguably, I think we could agree that a robust medical education system, if you have the output of that, should be a physician that has opportunities, professional opportunities to explore their career with some degree of autonomy and transferable skills.
Thank you
and in that
very
sense, the accreditation process, I think, is an important one that can help be one tool to get to that goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. James Arigi from the ACGME. He's speaking to us from the US. So thank you for that. So we have two more speakers, and these ones are with us in person. And they remind me of the Super Eagles versus the Ghana Black Stars. So in the left corner, representing Ghana, is Professor Kwaku, who will be talking to us about the challenges faced by training medical students, especially with the view that the country is facing acute shortages and you have to produce more. And Professor Ramos will also speak about the similar challenge in Nigeria, having to train more with less, some for local use, some for export, without losing quality. So, Professor Kwaku, over to you.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity to share a few thoughts on this subject, which is very important, not only in lower middle-income countries, but I think that even in high-income countries, these are becoming challenging issues. So, we've been talking about the health workforce and the fact that the numbers are increasing. But on the ground, practically, you don't seem to have a sense that trainers are increasing. On the contrary, you seem to have the same number of trainers, but the number of trainees, medical students that's at the undergraduate level and those in the postgraduate levels seem to be increasing exponentially. So there is so much pressure on those who basically are doing this training. And essentially this has an effect on the quality of training that medical students and postgraduates receive. Now, what are some of the challenges that this brings? In the afternoon, I had a chat with some people, and I said that when we were in training as medical students, and even as young as I am, consultants could essentially, call everybody by name on a floor, or know you that this person is on my floor. Lately, what's happening is that you have numbers such that sometimes you cannot even recognize some of the students on your floor doing a rotation. Not to talk about a wider group of students. You know that for clinical level training, usually you have students split according to floors, and these are subgroups that are expected to be known in person. If you are not able to identify people on your floor, not to talk about the wider group, then it means that the discussion hasn't started at all. And these are some of the challenges that are affecting the quality of training of medical students and postgraduates currently. The numbers are huge. The numbers of trainers are essentially remaining same. Some are leaving for greener pastures. So in some other places, actually the trainers are also depleting in terms of their numbers. And when people leave, you can't stop training. So it means that other people the depleted numbers would have to take charge and double up to train the increasing numbers of medical students and postgraduates. And these are the realities on the ground. Now, this presents a challenge with the quality of training, because you could have people in the crowd hide throughout the training and essentially find a way of passing their exam. So you have somebody who's passed but may not turn out to be a good doctor because has not received that quality of training. Remember, quality of training is not synonymous to passing an exam, and we need to put that in perspective. So we're having quite a number of these students essentially medical students passing exams. Again, for most of the medical schools, I think in Africa, we basically have changed from traditional exams to OSCEs, which are supposed to be fair, but demand a lot to be able to make them very practical. In the previous traditional exam, you were forced as a medical student to learn as much as possible because you could never tell what you'll be asked, so you learned everything on earth. With OSCEs for examination at the moment, practically, what students are doing is to learn strategically. Now, learning strategically does not mean that you learn in a way as to give you what we would call lifelong learning. Okay, this is the pattern of questions that are asked in OSCE. Let me just strategically learn how to even go through the motions. And by going through the motions, you are about 60% home and dry. And so these are real practical challenges that we face when it comes to training undergraduates and then postgraduates. I've tried to kind of list some of the problems that we are currently facing. Beyond this, I think that there is also a challenge in terms of the attitude of the current generation. Things are changing very fast, and there are things that we have to contend with. I think the attitude in terms of learning of previous generations are quite different from the current generation, which in itself is a challenge for us as trainers. In the past, where people would go, and this is against the background of having so much information around. In the past, you basically had your textbooks, and these textbooks were so designed that you were very sure that in reading those textbooks, you are going to get very accurate information. Current generation of students live in an abundance of information, some of the sources that you cannot trace or track. And so they go out there, they read all sorts of things. Sometimes they may never visit their textbooks. They may go to Professor Google, they may go to other sources and read all sorts of things. And sometimes they don't get the right information. So these, again, actually affect the kind of students we are training now.
So I will have to stop you now because our time is limited. So thank you very much, Professor Kwaku Opoku. And then finally, I'll be going to Professor Demola Oremosu, who is from the University of Lagos. He has his microphone, and he's the provost there. And he'll be answering the similar question from the Nigerian perspective. For those who are online, we have seen some of the questions, and I'll ask them to pass them to me. There are some questions in the chat box, and those who are the panelists will still ask those questions. So don't think that we have left you out. Those who are online will still answer your comments and your questions. But
so thank you, moderator, and I want to appreciate AMSA for this privilege to be on this panel session, and I want to celebrate all those from the World Federation and other people who are here. Now, when we talk about quality assurance, we're looking at standards, and it is important that we benchmark, what we're doing against certain standards. So who set the standards? So we could have, as has been said by one of the panelists, we could have international benchmarks, we could have national benchmarks, we could have state benchmarks, and then we also have institutional benchmarks. And there must be a process-oriented means of being able to, assess our products, because ultimately what we do in education is to use different knowledge base to produce one product, and that product becomes it becomes what we are able to present as what has gone through our quality process. And when we look at quality assurance, in my institution, we actually have a directorate of quality assurance, headed by a director. And we want to make sure that there's quality, first of all, in the recruitment. Now, I know across the world, there are different pathways into getting to medical school. But here in Nigeria, the most common pathway is that when people leave high school, they take a unified exam, and based on the performance, then they are recruited to come into medical school. Now, one of the things we find again with quality assurance is that because of the pressure to get in, because the percentile is quite high to get in, the back end of computers are now being manipulated. And in our last exam, joint matriculation exam, they had to go ahead and remark in order to get the actual scores. Then when they come into medical school, how do we ensure quality? So we want to measure the quality of the students, the quality of the trainers. And so, of course, in order to look at that, you must see that they have the prerequisite qualification. All right? Those who are pure scientists must have their doctorate degrees. Those who are clinicians must have their various undergraduate or postgraduate degrees that are from recognized institutions. Then we also look at the quality of content, the curriculum structure, curriculum content delivery. At the University of Lagos, we tend to request that at least 30% of instructions must still be physical. But we've migrated a lot to online classes, and we also want to monitor the quality of the online classes. So there's a way we assess that the lectures are given at the right time, and we reward, not necessarily a financial reward, but a feedback. We reward through feedback lecturers who give the lectures on time, they start on time, they close on time, and they give room for interaction that the students can also ask questions. Of course, in the clinic, my colleague in Ghana has mentioned a lot about that. You want to make sure that they attend clinics, they see patients, they have the skills. Because it's not just, as he said, head knowledge. The skills are the competencies that they can carry along with them to become great physicians, to be able to hold their own. So as I summarize this part of it, what I want to say is that whatever we're doing, there's still an international benchmark for which we must, international standard for which must benchmark our products. And so curriculum must always be dynamic. There are newer areas that doctors who trained in the 80s, 90s, the emphasis was not in that direction. So in terms of quality, again, we must look at the newer things that are coming into the curriculum, regenerative medicine, AI in medicine, technology, all those things become things we have to benchmark against. So I think that it's important that our institutions, apart from government has its role, but our institutions must have a process, a mechanism, a proactive process to make sure that the quality we produce is based on the basic standards that we have set in the curriculum for our students and in the implementation. Most importantly, they say in Africa there's no dearth of policies, but the usual problem is the implementation. So total quality management, other forms of quality assurance, these are the way we will continue to go. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. So because I have been prompted that there is no more time, I will just ask those who are manning the stations, just give us one question for those online. Only one question. And we will answer that, or the panel will answer that. Can you please let me check the online participants? Only one question, because we have to move to the next session. People on that session are online and they're in other parts of the country. Is there any question or comment? If there is none, then all that I have to do is to, okay, I think I saw one. Where is the comment section? Oh, there are plenty, so let's just take one. Maybe we should take the first one. It says, thank you for, okay, maybe we should just take the one in the middle. Thank you for this stimulation lecture. How can we use AI to teach and assess surgical skills in high-stake examinations, especially in the postgraduate medical training? Maybe those who are here can just answer very, very briefly.
Actually, I thought that was a question for Professor.
Okay. It's for the previous sessions. Okay, so that means we don't really have any questions here for now. So I think all I have to do is to thank Dr. Fatima Carey, to thank Dr. James Arigi, to thank Professor Kwaku Opoku and Professor Ademola Oremo. So please help me give them a round of applause. And those who have other questions for them, you can approach them individually to also ask questions or network with them. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, sir. Can we appreciate them one more time, please?
Thank you, sir. So the Ghana Black Stars and Super Eagles, the score was 1-1, 1-1 goalless draw.
All right, very quickly, we are going to the next session. The next session, they are parallel sessions, please. And so this to be in this order. The Meet the Experts, which is titled Medical Education in Conflict Zones, will be taking place in this room. Then the next one, AI in Medical Education, from stethoscope to algorithm. The new competencies in medicine will be taking place in room 1. So if you want to join that session, AI in Medical Education, move to room 1. Then the last one is leadership and quality assurance in medical education, which is facilitated by World Federation for Medical Education, and that's taking place in room 2. So we can quickly have the breakout sessions. Here is meet the experts. Yes, medical education in conflict zones. Yes, that's for this room. So the 2 other sessions, as you are interested, you can just move. The second one is AI in medicine, room 1. Leadership and quality assurance in medical education, room 2. Thank you very much. So can I invite the facilitators for me, the experts? Sorry for the delay. We'll soon start. The medical students, they are here. Some of them are here. Medical students. Hello, come please. She wants to say. Please get the slides to the... to who? To the medical students. Do you have her slides? We can just settle it. I'll sort this out. Can you? I said I'll send it since too.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here today, and I hope we've all been enjoying the conference as much as I have. We've had so many wonderful, insightful, and interesting sessions so far. So on today's session on Meet the Experts, we'll be having another unique perspective on medical education. We'll be having a discussion on medical education during times of conflicts and polycrisis. So our speaker for today is Dr. Nazik Hamad, a professor of medical oncology. at St. Michael Hospital, Department of Medicine, University of Toronto. She's also a graduate of the Faculty of Medicine, University of Khartoum, Sudan, where she completed training in internal medicine and hematology oncology at Wayne State University, Detroit. She has obtained an MSc Immunology at the University of Toronto and a Master of Education in the Health Professions at Johns Hopkins University. She is a recipient of multiple awards, including the American Society of Clinical Oncology, ASCO 2025, International Women Who Conquer Cancer Mentorship Award. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Nazik Hamad. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is this working? Yeah. Thank you. I think as this session is on cancer and emergencies, there was an emergency during putting the slides. So I am also here representing the African Organization for Research and Training in Cancer, as I happen to be the chair for the Cancer in Conflict Zone and Humanitarian Setting Significant Interest Group. And so my interest in this, I'm also from Sudan. My family now are refugees. Some of my family members were killed. We have about seven people who have died during this war, and now my immediate family are now in Rwanda. And I'm a graduate of University of Khartoum, and we have the dean here, Professor Aladdin, so he will talk to us about what happened to the University of Khartoum. But I thought because this is not, we hear about conflicts in Ukraine, we hear about conflicts in Gaza, but I just wanted to give you a perspective of what conflicts are doing in Africa, why the spotlight is not in Africa, and I'm going to talk about it both as from a perspective of being an oncologist and also being an educator. So we have the, oh yeah, okay. Let's see if I know how to do this. So this is, as of 2023, there are about 16 conflicts, many of the 16, in 16 countries, but there are more than that. The number of conflicts may be about 50 in Africa, and many of the 16 African countries in conflict are contiguous. They're stretching from the Western Sahel through the Horn of Africa, encompassing the Lake Chad Basin and the Great Lake regions, and we know there are internally displaced people in Nigeria because of conflict. And so if you look at a map from this year around the world, you can see the concentration of conflicts in Africa. Of course, there are red areas. Sudan is one of them, but there are many other areas in Africa that are in conflicts. And then if you look at the Sahel region, which actually part of Nigeria is also on the Sahel, is this long stretch that goes all the way from Senegal to Eritrea, and in some geographic definitions involved part of South Sudan, and can stretch all the way, this semi-arid land, all the way to Somalia. And these are countries that are characterized by internal movement within countries or between countries. However, because of colonialism, sometimes we don't talk to our neighbors because they're Francophone in Chad, so we don't know a lot about what's happening with them. We don't share a lot of policies in the WHO because of the history of colonialism, Anglo-Egyptian. Sudan, we are in EMRO, but we are in IGAD, leaders in IGAD. Sudan is a leader in IGAD, and in the African Union definition of Sudan is part of East Africa. So all of this fragmentation is one of the reasons why the spotlight is not on Africa. And so if you look at that area, the peace has deteriorated a lot since 2015, and the death from terrorism has increased 658% in the since 2015. And this is from the WHO website. It's about the Sahel crisis and how it's one of the fastest yet most forgotten crises in the world, and armed conflict, climate change. And I don't call it climate change, I call it climate injustice, because we in Africa produce only 4% of the carbon greenhouse or the pollution, but we get the most effect because we have the highest rate of rising temperature and also decrease in agricultural land, and also decrease in land for herders and nomadic population in Africa suffering a lot because of that. So we have the effect, but we don't have the benefit of the consumption that high-income countries or rich countries have. And of course, there is no thinking of any reparation for the harm that we get while they get the benefit and the resources from us. So I stole this slide from Dr. Olabat Bumi. He always liked to present it in medical education. I learned that from him. He's the first person to present about climate change in a medical education conference. I think I saw that. He and I did a faculty development session in 2019, and he shared that slide looking at something from the BBC, looking at how, Lake Chad was in 1973 and how it shrunk in 2017. And if you look at the Chad basin, Nigeria and Niger, Cameroon, Chad, and on the other side is Sudan. And so the connectedness of why we have this crisis of conflicts, terrorism, insecurity is seen right there. A part of it is climate change as well. And of course, we all know, but in 2021, we have what's called the Coup Belt or the Red Belt, extending all the way from Guinea to Sudan, all in just 2 years, between 2021 to 2023, all of this region has been involved with coups, and Sudan, immediately after the 2021 coup, we had a war in 2023. And so there's a lot of invisibility because medical education about population health demands. But health is very much linked to security and linked to peace. And so what we see is that there's invisibility of the health need of conflict-affected population, not only in the Sahel, but in the whole of Africa. And so there is fragility of health system, and we have this kind of vicious circle. Fragility of health system and access to care is worsened by conflicts, and part of the, and a lot of the time we say we need health to have peaceful society, but actually sometimes because we don't have access to health system, that's one of the reasons actually conflict and climate injustice can perpetuate each other. And so we live, and this is very important for the medical student to understand, that we live in, when it comes to internally displaced people, what we call them IDPs, and also refugees, and also care, whether it's cancer, whether it's even infectious diseases. We have complex therapeutic geographies. Therapeutic geography means the a movement of patients and populations seeking health across border. Sometimes they have to leave completely, sometimes they have to go to a safer region in their countries, which they become IDPs, or sometimes they go seek care and come back to the area of conflict in a lot of insecurity. And so we have this nexus of conflict, climate injustice, and adverse geopolitical conditions, and this has a devastating, especially effect on women's health. And for example, cancer is one of my area of interest. And of course, now there is decreasing global funding, which actually we shouldn't be actually funded. We should be given money back that we have given to the rest of the world in terms of minerals, in terms of workforce, as you mentioned previously. So this is very important to understand this. And a lot of these therapeutic geographies are not really being studied, and people have not defined it, whether in literature or in scientific literature or others. And actually, this is from Soba University Hospital, which is one of the main hospitals for University of Khartoum. And this was in 2023, 2022, before the war. And here was my colleagues, a gynecologist. And the idea was we wanted to start a women cancer center in Soba, and we were trying to gather the money. And one of the impetus for that was when we looked at the inpatient in Soba University Hospital, some of the patients, some of them came from northern Nigeria, and some of them from Darfur. So this was a lot of the patients were kind of having this therapeutic geography to come and be treated with cervical cancer. And we published this paper in eCancer looking at why the turmoil and the politics that even before the war, looking at why Sudan has this fragmentation and discordance of epidemiologic profile and its affiliation with the major international and national health organization, which weakens impact of this organization in working with local health policymakers and institutions. And so let's start with effect of conflict on the workforce. So the negative impact, there is always direct physical violence on the workforce. There's arrests, intimidation, and threats, which we have lost almost more than 100 physicians in Sudan. And some of them were lost. We don't know where they are. And there's obstruction of work and increased workload. There's displacement, which can be internal. So people will move, for example, from Khartoum to Gadarif, which is safer. And then there is financial hardship. A lot of the doctors who are even willing to stay within the conflict zone itself, they haven't had salaries, right? And interference with obligation of partial care. So when the RSF, which is a militia, came to, let's say, a city, and then it's left, sometimes the army comes in and say, you have been collaborating with the militia. So some physicians actually got killed that way. And of course there is stress, depersonalization, and very important for future health system and for the future health workforce, there's interference with workforce training. Now, we learned some lessons, which I will talk about later. There are some protective and mitigating factors. If you upscale the workforce, at least you have some surplus that can help with that decentralization of care. So when it comes to the cancer system, and we published that in the Lancet, that Sudan has managed to have some provincial cancer centers before the war. And some of them have limited capacity. They just provide chemotherapy or limited radiotherapy. But what happened was that because we have these centers, the internal displacement from Khartoum and Jazeera, which is the epicenter of the pandemic, to these provincial areas have allowed for some degree of cancer services provided. So the difference between us and in our paper, we talked about the ripple effect on the region in the fact that we are surrounded by cancer care desert zones, like Eritrea, South Sudan, Chad, and the Central African Republic, because what protracted conflicts do is they interfere with the development of the health system. They interfere with, especially, for example, for the new health threats. Like cancer is a new health threat. It's old, but now it's getting worse, and so it's a new health threat. So no radiotherapy in Eritrea, no radiotherapy in South Sudan, no radiotherapy in Chad or Central African Republic or in Somalia or in Haiti, across the ocean, for that matter, because of protracted conflicts. So decentralization is very good. Technology and connectivity, so people were using, we did a lot of WhatsApp consults and all of that, and that has created some solidarity and creation of communities and to absorb the displaced cadre. Negotiating with the conflict parties has been very difficult in Sudan, but sometimes some corridors can open up and amplifying the effect of cancer care. And we try to find dedicated spaces in the oncology platform because for cancer, most of the time they talk about clinical trials, so we try to find our way there to put it on the agenda for the global oncology community. And we have to, what's the most important thing is one of the reasons why Africa is conflicts in Africa are not important because, this is what Africans do. There's normalization of conflict in Africa. Africa are always fighting among each other. Although in our history, there were some of the worst fights we've never been in them, whether it's World War I or World War II, the killing of each other is worse in other parts of the world, but now we have this reputation as being, we're always killing each other. So one of the so Sudan has the local training of oncologists since 1995, and produced 60 oncologists, which is higher than the number of Kenya at the time. So what it does is that when you have local training, you can have, there is, despite the crisis, you can still maintain some level of care, and so you always say, you never say we have too many nurses, oncologists, or radiation therapists, or any of that. And of course, from the WHO literature, we say there's a COVID-19 lesson, we have to oversupply of the workforce, and this is me with my family in Omdurman before the war. And so everyone was there to help with making food during a funeral. And so, just to give you an idea of medical education in Sudan, and Prof. Ala will talk, University of Khartoum, 1924, so it's a 102, massive expansion, oftentimes poorly regulated. There was a lot of medical schools, although still Sudan health indicators are among the poorest in the region, and Sudan is is one of the great exporters, just like Nigeria, of physicians, 60% of its physician workforce. I'm going to skip this slide because it tells you about it before, but I want to have some time for discussion. Also skip this slide, but so what are the effects on medical education? You will have the disruption of armed conflict. You have infrastructure damage. So some of the medical schools got looted. The library that we studied at is just, nothing is left. And then you have displacement of faculty and students. They go to where it's safe, and this results in significant psychological stress and disruption. So some of the strategies is you have to form alliance among medical institutions. So University of Jazeera, University of Khartoum, they all moved some of their campuses up north, and they started to work together. The Sudanese diaspora was really worked very hard, and the stable region, the regions where the war was not very intense, took over medical education. And so there was also embracement of online education and social media platforms like Telegram, because Sudan couldn't even use WhatsApp, so they had to use Telegram for the medical students. And so some of the lessons that actually Sudan, one of the countries that published a lot about medical education, so I encourage you to read about the articles that came in the last 2 years, incorporating ambulatory teaching, supporting faculty, fostering student resistance, promoting research, and seeking international support. So the University of Jazeera did some analysis. They learned from the adaptive strategies, curriculum innovation, especially flexible, what we call flexi learning, that's what the Sudanese call it now, technology use, community service, and collaboration. So because of the collapse of the medical school, the medical students actually did a lot of outreach clinics in the villages with the internally displaced people. And when they interviewed with the faculty and learners, the most important is crisis management. Sometimes, as Professor Ala will tell you, in the middle of an exam, there's an attack. So what would you do, okay? And flexible learning, and look at accessibility. So we need to have leverage technologies. There was a lot of telemedicine clinics and community center service, as I said, mobile clinics to help displaced and population of refugees, and that's what a lot of the students do. So what happened, especially for medical students, we need actually to support and to continue to mentor them. So there was a democratic space in Sudan between 2019 to 2021, and that was a very good period after we toppled the dictatorship, and we were all in Sudan doing promising initiative, hope, and engagement of the diaspora. And we found that the students are very motivated. They avail themselves to these opportunities for mentorship, career advice, research, and brokering opportunity, and that was enabled by technology. And this proved that during the conflict, these are vital connections. So that, because some of us used to go to University of Khartoum a lot, when it's opened its door after the dictatorship was toppled, we continued to maintain these connections during the conflict, and we mentored a lot of the students. And so medical students are refugees. So a lot of medical students some of them moved to Egypt, especially the more affluent, but then some of them had to move to Uganda, some of them to move to Ethiopia and Rwanda and all of these places. They, as I said, they come from different socioeconomic backgrounds and displacement destination. There is limitation of regional solidarity in overlapping conflict zones. So you will have South Sudan medical students together with Sudanese medical students from Congo. And but they do a lot of work. So I interact with them a lot in Uganda, and they have a lot of resilience, motivation, and engagement in the care of displaced population. So, for example, just to look at Uganda, Uganda hosts 1.8 billion refugees, which is the highest number of refugees in Africa. Sudan, South Sudan, and Congo form the bulk of these refugees, mostly come from the region where the conflict is ongoing. So most of the students are actually from Darfur or from Kordofan, where the war is still raging in Sudan. There's a lot of economic hardship, difficulty in accessing, especially in-person clinical training. So we know that now the students can access some online training, but to do bedside teaching is very difficult. And so Africa is poorly prepared to take care of displaced medical students, and we have to really learn from the lesson of Sudan. Khartoum was one of the most stable, despite everything, and safe places, and so the suddenness of the conflict should teach us a lesson that we are never, ever safe, because there's a lot of factors within Africa that can cause sudden volatility and change. So this is me here with the displaced medical student in September in Uganda. We had a day, 2 days of clinics, and it was an excellent time for bedside teaching, and a lot of them are still, we're always in contact. Sometimes we do a Sunday clinic where they follow the cancer patients in the camp, and they give me reports, and then I try to talk to the UCI people, the Uganda Cancer Institute people, to make sure that there is navigation of refugees. So they have learned a lot, and they are actually quite a good reserve for in the recovery as we go on. If we look at what Europe did, we see the solidarities with Ukraine, temporary academic admission and mobility, clinical training placement, credit transfer facilitation, reduced fees and scholarships. What did the medical students from Sudan find? Zero. Zero. We have so many medical schools now in Africa, but there is no solidarity or support. Is it because we are bad people? No, it's because we are our agenda is not actually governed by what's actually happening in the continent. And our agenda sometimes are not related to what goes on. So I remember I did this when the conflict happened in Sudan. So I went into PubMed, and then, this is 2023, and looked at the article that says cancer, conflict, and war. And I found Ukraine 494 papers, Syria 241 papers, Somalia was 0, although I saw some gray literature kind, and then Sudan, there were 2. Now Sudan, we have managed to publish maybe around 8 articles total. But and why? And so there are lots of reasons for that. Part of it is within the continent, the weakness of conflict intelligence, the fact that our agenda is governed by funding from the global north, and also these countries are not the fragmentation, of our alliances with the African Union, being in EMRO, and all of those things. And so one area of very important for the medical student is the care of displaced population in Africa. This is going to become an issue that I want you guys to pay attention to, because at the end of 2024, there were 123 million people forcibly displaced around the world, and 43% of them are in Africa. But if you hear the news and you go to the CNN and all of that, you would think it's only happening in Gaza or the Ukraine. Okay? And this more doubled than 2016. And although we see all of these people, ships, like African getting into ships and drowning in the Mediterranean, that's actually not the reality. The reality is that 77% are internally displaced, and 96% of refugees stay in Africa. They don't leave Africa. And so we did a survey looking at oncologists caring for displaced persons with cancer. This is not published yet, so not to be shared, but just to give you an idea of what we found, almost all have patients with cancer who are refugees and IDPs. Whether you are in Malawi, whether you are practicing in Ghana or Nigeria, they all agree that there should be universal health coverage for refugees. And I have to give credit for Africa, is that a lot of the countries in Africa provide universal health coverage for refugees. The question is how to access it. So for example, in Uganda, you can actually get chemotherapy for free, but the access is difficult. The oncologists said they have identified difficulty in access and continuity of care for some, and they proposed some solutions. Most of them, almost all, had no training in providing care for IDPs or refugees, and they do want that training, and they also want to engage in advocacy and policy for displaced populations. So I think that should be part of it. And there are some recent literature telling about practical ways to how to integrate conflict-related training into the formal healthcare curricula, and I think Nigeria is needed because you have a very high number of IDPs, and this can include foundational component, curricular pathway, pedagogical approaches, and I don't want to go through this because of the sake of time, but there are several ways from the foundational component to sensitization to conflict context, the academic stages, even in the preclinical, clinical stages, and pedagogical approach, which could be life drills, case-based learning, and all of that. And you have to teach contextual sociopolitical awareness, emergency preparedness and response, humanitarian principles, and international humanitarian law, patient and provider safety during conflict. For example, we recently talked to our colleagues in Burkina Faso, the surgeons. It's a lot of moral distress that happen in Sudan and Burkina Faso, because when there is war, you cannot, most of the time they draw them into trauma care and acute care. And guess what? You have breast cancer? No, you will now have become locally advanced breast cancer and will die of it. So that causes a lot of moral distress, especially in ethical decision-making in warfare and in human behavior. So we need technical skills, we need competencies that should be designed with practitioners experienced in conflict zone and validated across institutions. And since the war in Sudan, and especially since 2023, and we formed this aortic, significant interest group, we managed to put Africa in the map at least. So this is a manifesto from the WHO 2025, and you can see our names there with the Director General. And there were 7 recommendations to how to deal with cancer, including the workforce. We have published again about how fragile states from Somalia, South Sudan, and they have very minimal capacity. And these are the countries that need it first. We also worked into integrating cancer into a crisis. So I think all of you, in all your settings, please try and make sure that Africa is not forgotten when there is policy or anything about conflict. And 2 lessons we learned from Sudan is that if you invest in the workforce, although I'm not saying that Sudan is perfect, but at least we had 60 oncologists, which they have only 2 in Eritrea, and they had 2 in those managed, some of them who managed this, I think maybe around 30 left, and maybe there are 30 are still there, but they're scattered in the safer region, and they're still providing some care. We did not see any evacuation of children with cancer like happened in Gaza. Of course, that will not happen in Sudan. And then you also invest in decentralization of care. So when you build your medical school and your centers, make sure that even the remote part of the country at least have some care. And then, this is my last 2 slides. We need African solidarity. There is surge in conflicts in Africa and globally. Healthcare needs of conflict-affected populations should be prioritized and integrated into medical education. And African medical schools should partner with African agencies and organizations to support medical education in conflict zone and displaced learners and faculty, because these whom we need in the recovery period. So Rwanda had to build, it took 20 years, but they're building their system from scratch. So hopefully this will not happen to other areas, especially like Sudan. And we do have huge gaps in workforce and medical education intelligence, because there are two effects: disruption, like what's happening in Sudan, and then lack of development. We don't know actually how many medicals, like maybe the WHO has that, but I don't know how many medical schools are in Central African Republic or Chad, or how are they affected by conflict, because we rarely talk about this issue. And I think it's time for us to invest in gathering intelligence and coming up with policies that will reflect our solidarity, and the fact that the concept of therapeutic geography has shown that patients come all the way. They cross all the way across the Sahel, from here to there to seeking care, but we are never actually capturing this, and this is very important. And so just I'll leave you with Patrice Lumumba saying African unity and solidarity are no longer dreams, they must be expressed in decisions and in actions. So thank you. I think I will have Professor Ala. He's the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, University of Khartoum. Maybe a few words about your experience, and you can come here. And then we can open it for questions. I don't know how we are doing for time, but I trust you guys will tell me.
Right, thank you very much. I'll just try to focus on what we did in the medical school when the war broke. I think I talked yesterday about the history of the medical school. It's more than 100 years old, and it has a long-tracked history of excellence in medical education, and we've got graduates all over the world, and we have well-established relations with the Royal Colleges of Physicians of England, the three of them, the medicine, surgery, and obstetrics and gynecology, actually the four of them, and pediatrics. And we used to hold clinical exams and part one exams together. So it's in summary, it's a very reputable medical college. So when the war broke, we just decided that the college should not come to an end. And at that time, there was displacement of students and displacement of staff. So what we decided to do is to look for the places where the students were displaced to, where there are staff, so we can get teaching going in these localities. So we looked at the localities that we could continue teaching. So there were 4 localities in Sudan and 2 localities outside Sudan. The 2 localities outside Sudan were in Cairo, Egypt, and the the other locality is in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We had a decent number of staff who went there. And we had 4 localities in Sudan, which was Madani, Al-Gadarif, Shendi, and Adbara. Now, the problem is, as we started teaching in Madani, Madani was invaded by the Rapid Support Forces, and it was actually during an again, and parts of the east were not very safe as well. So the only 2 internal centers that could function were in Shendi and Adbara, and there are universities there. Shendi and Adbara are in the northern part of the country, which was relatively safe, but the central part of the country was all under invasion. So we could not continue education. And we managed to carry on doing teaching online and doing practical teaching in the 4 centers that I have just mentioned. And we managed also to hold exams and get, all the things that we normally did for exams, like getting assessment by external examiners and the rest of it. And that has been quite successful. We got a lot of help from the alumni of the medical school, and they've been all over the world. And they've been really very helpful to the students and to the staff. The students inside Sudan did not pay any money because it's a free medical school. It's just only for students who manage to obtain excellent degrees to be able to admit it to university, and they have free medical education. So it continued as such, and it's still continuing. Khartoum is inhabitable now, and there are people returning, but not many of them. Unfortunately, the infrastructure of the medical school has been very badly damaged, including the labs, the lecture theaters, the offices, and there is a very big movement from the alumni of the medical school for rebuilding of the medical school, and we'd hope this to continue. We've admitted students to the medical school this year. They are at present placed at part of the University of Khartoum, which is the Faculty of Education. That's in Omdurman. Omdurman is just across the Nile from Khartoum. So we have students there. Usually the first semester for the first year medical students, they got taught science and computer sciences in English language. And and community medicine, that's the only thing that starts at, from the scratch, from the time that they enter medical school. But it's only in semester 2 that they started studying anatomy, physiology, and biochemistry. And there is an exam which is due soon, and that would be followed by them going from semester 1 to semester 2 in the first year. And we will start doing the anatomy and the physiology and the biochemistry in Omdurman until we can get established the labs for the physiology and biochemistry and the DR for the anatomy. So things have been difficult, but I think the good news is that the medical school did not stop during this very difficult time, so it is still continuing. And thank you very much to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hamad and Dr. Aladdin, for the lecture. It has been very insightful and very interesting to hear about medical education from this perspective. And I also liked the fact that you said that it is very important to integrate conflict-related healthcare training and also conflict-specific competencies into the curriculum. So we'll take questions and comments now. So if you have any questions, okay, that's one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we'll take those 3 now, starting with.
Well, thank you for your presentation. It was quite insightful. I'm from Liberia, that has been part of conflict and also been decimated by diseases. So when you talk about cancer, I can relate it to almost all other forms of illnesses because they all get affected by it. I think groups like AMSA, if we can get everybody on board, can look at the possibility of harmonizing curricula. Because if you do that, then students who are displaced in other countries, not necessarily in your own, can find placement at other medical schools if they have the same curriculum. And this is the thing that affected our own conflict in Liberia. Because our curriculum was different from Sierra Leone, was different from Guinea, the Ivory Coast, and these places. When the war shut it down, there was no medical school education going on for nearly 4 years. Because we couldn't go anywhere. You go to Nigeria, they say, well, your curriculum is different, so we can't accept you. You go to Ghana. So because of that, I think working on a curriculum that's common for everyone makes it easier to enter. 2, some of the ideas you have are great. Sudan is a big country, so you can get displaced within Sudan. Small country like ours, we have like 4 million people. That's even Lagos is bigger than our country. So when there's a crisis, everything shuts down. All right? So there's no way to continue teaching during that kind of a crisis. So yeah, I mean, I will look at it from the perspective of harmonizing curricula, making it easier that if there's a conflict in one place, the students can move. Wherever they're displaced in Africa, they can then be accepted in medical school with the same curriculum. That will make it easier. The other aspect of this is that when we had a conflict, we used the medical students to do clinical work, like outpatients in conflict areas. They will work in clinics and treat, and then the government will pay some compensation to keep them within the confines of the country and keep them practicing. That helped a lot. So when school reopened, they were able to move back in there and continue. So there's so many dynamics on this. We could be here all day discussing this. But thank you again for the presentation. It was quite insightful.
Yeah, I think there's so many lessons to learn, and I will probably hear from the WSU, but I think beyond the curriculum, and also there has to be some political will and agreement to absorb displaced and show solidarity, because some of them, even when there was a war in the south, University of Juba moved to Khartoum, and they were students with us. And so some of them stayed within the dorms with us and all of that. And so all of these measures, I think we need to think about them carefully, but I think a harmonization of the curriculum will go a long way. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Ma, for the wonderful presentation. It was quite insightful. Many of the things you mentioned are things that probably I don't really have any. I'm speaking from a student's perspective right now, because I don't think we actually have any. I think we're actually very lucky to actually be schooling in this side of Africa, because this conflict is not something that we probably have not even experienced such at all. And I was just trying to even think about how it would look like, because I can still remember when COVID-19 happened. I can remember how when COVID-19, when we experienced COVID-19, how it actually affected the whole our education as students. But my aspect of the aspect which I just wanted you to probably maybe just speak on is the while you were presenting, you also mentioned that there are some supports that you mentioned the aspects that many of these things are happening, platforms that could actually that could capture it and inform the global community, like CNN, like some channels they are not actually covering them. So I was like, are there any other probably like what's it called, strategies or anything that we can put in place to actually prevent this in case when it happens again, so that probably support, just like the same way when the US-Iran war was happening, the global community is aware of it, and everybody is trying to find ways to just ensure that it stops as soon as possible. Is there any other, and is there a possibility or probably inform some global communities? Because I was also of the opinion that probably even as a student body of FAMSA, they already spoke with Dr. Professor Aladdin about that, on connecting with the student community, probably even at a student level, if there's something that we can actually do together as students to support ourselves.
I think the students have more role than anybody else, because they are the ones who are affected the most. So like next week I'll be in Uganda, we'll be meeting with the students. There will be some sessions for professional development, which they never used to get when they were actually in the university itself. And then they have been the navigating of the refugees, and also doing clinics. So I think we should, there's the Khartoum Medical Student Association, we work with them all the time. They now have accumulated a lot of knowledge, and all of this knowledge needs to come forward. As to putting the spotlight on Africa, this has to be our work, collective work. So every time we go somewhere, the last, especially for example for the cancer community, we worked with Richard and all of those people who say, Richard, why is not Africa represented there? And when they have all of these meetings about cancer in the Ukraine, cancer in Gaza, we demand it. We want it. So that's what you should do. You should be present. That's why you should never shy away from being present in all the platforms and demand, why are we not there? Because part of it is old-fashioned racism. Is African, black lives don't matter. And so you find allies, you find ways to bring your voice forward. And that also starts with realizing, because sometimes what happens, we ourselves live in urban centers and we're safe, and we think because this is happening in Chad or happening in Burkina Faso and happening in the periphery of Nigeria, we are safe. The story of Khartoum is telling you that you can never be safe. And so we have to think of all Africans in everywhere. If they are in distress, we're probably going to be in distress tomorrow. So that's the way I think we should look at it.
Absolutely. Just thank you very much. I really appreciate the whole debate and discussion. I in my younger days, when some I spent a decade working in medical emergencies, humanitarian emergencies across the continent of Africa and Asia and in Europe. And there are wars in Europe in the last 20 years as well that are on our own doorstep. So just a couple of points that I think just as an opportunity just to build on what you're saying. So last week, the foreign minister from the UK made a whole series of announcements around prioritization of humanitarian aid. And Sudan was highlighted, one of only four countries that the UK has committed to support over the next 3 to 4 years. So I hear exactly what you're saying about Black Lives Don't Matter and the challenge to the international community on this. There is a perception, and the funding signals suggest that there is some truth to that, both in development and media coverage, et cetera, et cetera. But the UK has said Sudan is going to be a priority over the next 4 years. And at the parliamentary meeting last week that I had the privilege to attend, there was a discussion then exactly that. So how to support Sudan through these new partnerships. And if you look at the model that's come out of Ukraine, and you highlighted that in terms of the publications and the excitement around partnership with Ukraine that has been there, solidarity with Ukraine that's been there, how do you get that level of energy available to support Sudan? And to a degree, some of the Sahel belt that you talk about, which is the French investment and the German investment in the Sahel has disappeared. Geopolitics, everything. So that's one opportunity for Sudan, not for all conflicts in Africa, but for Sudan and how to connect. The second one, you may have seen the British Medical Journal put out a call for papers on the geopolitics of health. And I think this is potentially an excellent response to that from AMSA, from the partners here, from the engaged, 800 words to challenge, what you're suggesting in your presentation, and to get it out there as part of this connection, so that join the dots, get something in the BMJ to influence the partnership scheme that the UK is thinking about for Sudan. So quite willing to help between now and Sunday to how you might be able to respond to some of that. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I think what's happening in Sudan, Sudan is a little bit privileged because there's a lot of, higher education has developed significantly. Some of the health system, especially in the center, has evolved with the cancer center in 1964, which is one of the oldest cancer centers. So, but the experience from Europe, and that's why when we started to approach this, we wanted to approach it from a regional and African perspective. So we're happy that so a lot of the papers actually came from Sudan. But when you look at the population that actually got affected, it was not only Sudan population. In Toronto, I will see some Eritrean will come patients will come and will say, I don't know how to send our family because they used to come to Khartoum to get treatment. And so, and I think the reasons for the war itself, the climate change, all of the distress of the nomadic population, this goes all across Africa and the region, especially in the Sahel region. So even if I'm all for supporting Sudan, and we should make all of these use of those opportunities, but I think the solution has to be at the regional level and at the continental level, because the same issues are all there, and that's why we need to change our perspective. We need to make sure that Africa is not only Kenya or Uganda or of course Nigeria, but it's all of these areas, and our faith and our health is really very connected to each other.
Thank you very much. I think we all agree that this session has been very wonderful and very interesting, and I hope that going back home today, we all have 1 or 2 points to go back to reflect on. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you once again, Dr. Hamad and Professor Aladdin. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity. Thanks.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience and attending this session. I just got an instruction that the session for the World Federation of Medical Education is still going on. So for those that have interest, can join in room 1 and or room 2. Otherwise, we thank you for attending for today. Thank you so much.
There are times when I feel aimless, can't see the places where you belong. But you will find that there is a purpose that's been there within you all along. times when you might feel aimless. You can't see the places where you belong, but you will find that there is a purpose. It's been there within you all along.
When you're near it, you can almost hear it.
It's like a symphony. Just keep listening, and pretty soon you'll start to figure out your part. Everyone plays a piece, and there are melodies. Each one of us. Oh, it's glorious. You will know how to let it ring out as you discover who you are. Others around you start to wake up to the sounds that are in their hearts.
It's so amazing what we're all creating.
It's like a symphony. Just keep listening, and pretty soon you'll start to figure out your part. Everyone plays a piece, and there are melodies. Each one of us. Oh, it's glorious. Glorious, glorious, glorious. That you feel the notes build higher. You will see. It's like a symphony. Just keep listening, and pretty soon you'll start to figure out your part. Everyone plays a piece, and there are melodies. Each one of us. Oh, it's glorious. There are times when you might feel aimless. You can't see the places where you belong, but you will find that there is a purpose. It's been there within you all along.
When you're near it, you can almost hear it.
It's like a symphony. Just keep listening, and pretty soon you'll start figure